Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Can you see by the blood in the streets that this place doesn't smile on you, colored child, whose blood built this land with sweat and bare hands. But you'll die in this place, and your memory erased. Oh, say, does this truth hold any weight? This is not the land of the free, but the home of the slave.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click that link in the description. Go to change.org and put that signature that you got, that you created, that belongs to you on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, I hope you all enjoyed that opening, family, because it's very important to remind these people that this isn't a land of immigrants. This isn't a white man's country. This is quite literally, in the words of our good brother Harvey Yo World, the land of criminals, unalivers, slaves, and opportunists. This is the land of the slaves, and it shall be addressed as such. This is the land of the FBA, and it shall be addressed as such. Otherwise, whatever people say, whatever they claim, whatever comes out of their mouth, pause, is a blatant lie and an unfaithful truth. Now, what's an unfaithful truth? An unfaithful truth is a truth that's unfaithful. It's basically a lie. But you can guarantee that that's going to be their faithful truth, but it's an unfaithful truth to us. To them, they'll live by that truth as if it's reality, and we're looking at it like, no, you're living in a psychosis. And you need to pull yourself out of that psychosis, especially when you're speaking to the freedmen. Welcome to the day and age where the freedmen ain't sitting quietly and idly by. just allowing any old thing to be brought to the forefront. We're not allowing people to sit here and take what history has deemed and change it into something they deem fit to fit a narrative they want, to push an agenda for their people. We're not doing it. And it's hurting a lot of people's feelings, not because we're being mean-spirited, not because we're being overly aggressive towards these people. No, because we're sitting by. I got my lemonade chilling. This is a damn good lemonade too. I ain't gonna lie. I outdid myself on this lemonade. But I just got my lemonade. I'm sitting around. I'm watching what's happening. And I'm not including my people into what's going on. I'm not stepping out and saying, oh, we should be doing this. And neither are you. And neither are you. And neither are you. And by us not doing that, that's aggressive enough. By us not participating in their shenanigans and their chicanery, that is aggressive enough. But family, it's about to get a lot more aggressive. Over the past week, the Supreme Courts have been dropping, I guess, if they were rappers, we could call them hit after hit, album after album. We're going to get into some of those things today. We're going to get into some of the reactions, and we all know what they've been doing, but we got to start from the beginning of last week and move into what just recently happened. Before we do that, let me give a shout out and a B1 salute to all the folks in the chat. So, a certified B1 salute, shalom, and a shout out to our good sister, Miss Nisi. How you doing, my sister? The hurricane is in the building. Jeez. Salute to Reparations Nation, Aquarius Minded. Thank you both for being here. Bad 72, thank you for being here, my sister. Black Are You, thank you for being here, family. Quasi Black Star, thank you for being here, family. Let's see here. Yolanda, thank you for being here, family. Willie McKinley, thank you for being here, family. My sister KK Speaks, thank you for being here, family. Make sure we get everybody. Aisha, thank you for being here, my family. Good to see you. Good to see you. My brother Drew Laston finally got a day off, I see. Thank you for being here, family. And also thank you for your Cashapp donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I truly appreciate your contribution, family. As well as our brother Black Truth United. Thank you for being here, my brother. And also thank you for your Cashapp donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold and greatly appreciated of your contribution, family. AB, thank you for being here, family. Opal Ivory, thank you for being here, family. Mia Kim, thank you for being here, my sister. KK Speaks, if I haven't mentioned you, thank you for being here, my sister. All right, looks like if I'm missing anybody, please let me know. Let me see here. Want to make sure. Tasting Teas with Tony, thank you for being here, my sister. All right, looks like I got a BTR. Thank you for being here, family. Burnish Brash, thank you for being here, family. And T1 Productions, thank you for being here, family. To everyone who isn't in the chat, thank you for being here, family. And to everyone who's going to catch this on the replay, gang, thank you for being here as well, family. Now, let's jump into it. Without further ado, let's start off here. Before we start, Thank you to our sister Aquarius Minded. Much love and appreciation to you, family. Your contribution is blessed tenfold, and I truly appreciate you. Let's go here.
The Supreme Court paused the lower court order that protected migrants from being deported to third-party countries. The order required the U.S. to notify migrants where they'd be sent and let them challenge it if they felt they would face danger. The Trump administration argued the rule was delaying thousands of deportations with red tape. The court's conservative majority offered no explanation, which is common for emergency rulings. All three liberal justices dissented, with Justice Sotomayor saying the court is, quote, rewarding lawlessness. The pause now allows fast-track deportations to continue.
Hold up. Gotta roll that back.
Justice Sotomayor saying the court is, quote, rewarding lawlessness.
This woman right here is a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, Justice Sotomayor is a problem. And we should expect her to be, because she's a Democrat, but not just that. She actually comes from an immigrant stock. So I'm not too surprised that she is literally trying to cape for the immigrants. I'm not surprised, but she just said this is rewarding lawlessness, as if people breaking into the country and just being handed citizenship isn't. I could have swore that breaking into someone else's country is against the law by the constitutional standards. So while this woman is sitting here talking about we're rewarding lawlessness, what do you think you're doing with all of these people who's breaking into the country? And absolutely, Miss Nisi, she's definitely a tether, a Jamaican one. Now, we could get into Kentucky Derby Brown as well, because, you know, I done called her out several times. You can go through some of the videos I have on this page where I was sitting there talking about how she shut down millions of dollars that was supposed to be given, well, actually was supposed to go to Black Americans who was working for Lockheed Martin, who was facing racial discrimination at the job. Now, this was just a goddamn a settlement, which means everything was already done. Everything was already done. All Kentucky Derby Brown had to do was sign the damn settlement. That's it. That woman did not. She tossed the settlement out without prejudice, which then made it so those Black folks who work for Lockheed Martin couldn't go back and bring the lawsuit back up again. So yeah, all of these folks who are tethers on the Supreme Court, really all of these folks in the Supreme Court's a problem. But the most immediate problems, Sotomayor and Kentucky Derby Brown. Salute to our brother Still Kevin Trees. That's hilarious. She looks like the woman that unalived Selena. Yeah, hey, throw her in the Mexican neighborhood. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Salute the maneuver as well. Thank you for being here, family. But yeah, Sotomayor, she's a huge damn problem.
The pause now allows fast-track deportations to continue for now.
All right, so that was one of the things that they actually ruled on. Here was another.
A decision by the Supreme Court today is backing the Trump administration.
Oh, give me a hot second, family. Let me pull that down. Yeah, it's just crazy to me how these people are talking about lawlessness, but these people are literally breaking the law and they're trying to reward them. Kentucky Fried Brown. I call it Kentucky Derby Brown. That's just what I love to call her.
Decision by the Supreme Court today is backing the Trump administration's deportation of migrants to places other than their countries of origin. An earlier ruling had halted these deportation flights until detainees were given notice of their destination and a chance to contest the move. This means the administration will be able to try to quickly remove them to such third countries as South Sudan. Those affected can still attempt to file individual claims. The conservative majority Supreme Court ruled 6-3, but did not write a majority opinion. All three liberal judges dissented. Now, joining me live for analysis is Loyola Law Professor Lori Levinson. Thanks for your time this evening.
Good evening.
Now, we did hear from the dissenting justices, but the conservative majority didn't write an opinion. Is that unusual? And what message does this send, if any?
I'm going to be honest with you, family. It's not unusual. You can write an opinion piece and you can abstain. Just because the Democrats decided to write a piece means nothing. It just means that they were more outspoken. They were willing to say, I don't agree with what the rest of the justices did. And here's why. When you're on the winning side, you really don't have to say much. It's just a no. And hey, we're going to leave it at no. I don't need to explain myself. That's basically what the other 6 justices did. They basically said to them, hey, I ain't got to explain myself. It's self-explanatory.
Well, it happens when you have an order like this, because basically what they said is that the lower court, who had put on hold what the Department of Homeland Security was doing, shouldn't have done that. Should have allowed the department to continue to remove people to third countries, even while the lawsuit's going on. But the dissent wasn't going to let this go unnoticed, because this could have a grave impact. We've already seen people, as you mentioned, being sent to South Sudan. We've seen people who are in true danger if they went to certain countries in the record, and judges found that, and nonetheless they were sent there. And so basically the administration is trying to get rid of people as quickly as possible. And it looks like they're also trying to do it in a way that puts people in harm's way.
Why does that matter to me? Why should that matter to me? A lot of these places that they're getting sent to is their own homelands. And if they're not, and here's the thing too, family, this isn't happening where they're sending people to the Sudan and the Sudanians or whatever the hell they call themselves, and the people in Sudan are putting them into jail or forced laborers or things like that. No, what Trump has been doing, he's been sending these people to countries that has relationships with these countries that's refusing to take these people back. Salute to our sister Bad 72. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. And your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contribution, family. So what Trump has been doing is been sending people to these countries that have good relationships with the countries in which these people come from. So what ends up happening is these people, once they're taking over, let's say they're sent to the Sudan. Once they're sent to the Sudan, what ends up happening is the Sudan end up brokering a deal in order to send them back to their native land. That is what's been happening. These folks have not been getting put in the jails. They're not being held in concentration camps. They're not being abused in any damn way. So that it is very important that that is actually vocalized, because a lot of these folks are sitting there saying, oh, they just Sudanese. Thank you, Miss Nisi. A lot of folks is running around here talking about, oh, well, they're getting sent to these countries and they're getting treated horribly. No, they're not. They're not. They're getting sent to these countries. These countries are brokering deals with their native countries, and they're being sent back to their native countries.
They were sending people to Libya, where Libya was in a violent turmoil at the time they wanted to do it.
So the ruling does allow the Trump administration to deport some of these people to third countries. You've talked a little bit about what this says about due process, but can we also kind of walk through, like, are these people who are convicted criminals, or could they be other migrants who kind of get caught up in this and are quickly removed without due process?
Well, that's the concern. I think that's why the judge wants to have an opportunity for people to be heard. Even if you're somebody who's ordered to be removed, under the conventions against torture and inhumanity, even non-citizens have the right to have an opportunity to explain to them in their language, opportunity to tell the court why you can send me out of the country, but you're not sending me to the place I came from or to another safe place. And so,
first and foremost, family, the government is not required to send you to the country that you came from. When you're deported, it is preferred that they deport you back home. But if your home refused to take you, legally, they can deport you anywhere. This was even before the goddamn courts came down and agreed with Trump. They could literally send you anywhere as long as you're out of this country and as long as they're not putting you in immediate harm. So I don't know what the hell this lady is talking about.
looks like that the administration almost wants to send a message by sending people as quickly as possible to places where they don't belong. Now, what's going to happen here is the lower court judge will continue to have this trial. But in the meantime, the administration is going to move forward against people, and certainly some of them do have convictions. But what we're worried about are mistakes, and we know that mistakes have been made.
Yeah. Yeah, we've certainly already seen those mistakes happen. So does this set a dangerous precedent?
I think that it is a precedent, and it could certainly be dangerous. Basically, the Supreme Court is deferring so much to the administration when it comes to these types of issues, saying that we're not going to get involved in immigration or diplomacy. That belongs to the Department of Homeland Security and the president. But the dissent was saying these are people's lives on the line. And there are real challenges under the law, under due process, under statutory law, and under conventions. And
all these people violated their due process. I've already said this so many damn times, but I'm gonna have to say this again for Betty White over here. All of you know what? She ain't even Betty White. She's the older lady from the Golden Girls. I can't remember her name. That is the old lady from the Golden Girls. But all of the folks who are being deported already nullified their due process by not going to their court hearing. So there is no due process after you, Sophia, thank you. There is no due process, Sophia, after you nullify your due process, Sophia. You don't say anything when a person don't go to, when a person don't go to court and then you get locked up. You don't get due process then? None of you people say anything, do you? No, you just let that person go to jail because what they do, they missed their court date. They had a warrant for their arrest. Well, these people have orders of removals because of the fact that they nullified their own due process by not going to court, by not speaking up for their asylum hearing when they said they came for asylum. Sophia. And I tell you one thing, you know what? You absolutely damn right. She looks like Dr. Fauci. We're going to call her Sophia Fauci. So, Sophia Fauci, we're not sitting here allowing you just to say this old nonsense. It is very, very simple. And I'm not going to sit here and I don't need to speak in no legalese or nothing like that in order to confuse people. No, we're going to make this very simple. We're going to make it very plain. These people had an order of removal because they refused to go to their asylum hearings, to go to court, and or they came into the country as the silent migrants, the silent invaders, which means they didn't even check in with the damn authorities. Even though Biden was giving everybody court dates, Biden made it easier than anybody has ever made it to become a citizen. Biden has made it easier for any illegal to get a court date. And they all said, no, I'm just not going to go when it was their time to go. So guess what? Now they all got to go. And it don't matter where they go, as long as they go up out of here.
Those should be resolved before you send these people into harm's way.
All right. Professor Lori Levinson, thank you again for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
There's DIY.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I would tell her to move them in with her, but the problem would be they would still be in America. So I don't even want her to move them in with her. Sophia Fauci can just shut her old ass mouth. I gotta say it like it is. She needs to shut her decrepit mouth and mind her damn business. Because this ain't her business. She ain't got nothing to do with this. She ain't got a dog in the fight. Let's be 100. That's why I named this. And I got to give a major shout out, a B1 salute to our brother, Great Black Shark. If you don't follow his page, go over there and shoot our brother a follow. Our brother, Great Black Shark, he basically gave me the idea for this to name, this broadcast, Gotta Catch 'Em All. Because he said in one of his broadcasts, actually he said in several of his broadcasts, where he said, I feel like I should pay Nintendo or whoever the hell owns the IP for Pokemon, pay them to use their theme song. And every time they go to pull up on somebody, they play that theme song like the Ice Cream Man. Gotta catch 'em all. And he said he wants that song to strike fear in their hearts every time they hear it. And I agree 100-fold. And I was struggling trying to think about what I wanted to name this broadcast. And then it came to me. It hit me like a pile of bricks. You gotta catch them all. They all gotta go. They all gotta go. Let's be very clear. And that was that was a reason why, hold up. Let me go ahead and put this back on the screen. That's the reason why. Oh, okay, let me do it this way there. Since you want to be difficult. That was the reason why I made that the thumbnail. Right there. Gotta catch them all. It's you and me. I know it's our destiny. We got to get them up out of here. Salute to Andrea Jones. Thank you for being here, family. I thought I saw. Okay, I might have been tripping. But thank you for being here, family. But yeah, they all got to go. They got to go. So they want us to feel sorry, to feel bad, that we don't feel bad. They want us to be upset. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Ever since they passed those rulings, we started seeing people get hit in all different kind of places. Salute and shalom to our brother DSP. Thank you for being here, my warrior brother. Let's go here.
We continue to follow immigration operations across Southern California. The city of Pasadena canceled several activities today after video surfaced showing federal activity this morning at a local park. City leaders say it's a safety concern. Meantime, the community is now coming together, calling for unity. People gathered tonight for an emergency vigil in response to those images surfacing.
We go back to Eyewitness News reporter Tim Caputo for more tonight from
family. These people are having emergency visuals because ICE is walking through the neighborhood. Family, they're acting like somebody died. They're acting like somebody died. And to be honest with you, I guess somebody did die. And that person's name is, I don't know, their freedom, I guess. Their rights, I guess. Even though they never had them. Their rights have died. Their right to stand on a corner and cook street meat on a basket has died. Their right for Jorge to sneak around SA and women and getting away with it has died. Salute to our sister Bad. Too comfortable? Yeah, that comfortability have died. So I guess the visual is warranted.
from Pasadena.
¿Cómo se llama?
Witnesses desperately trying to get personal information from the handful of people taken by federal agents in and around the public park in Pasadena this morning, so their family and friends will now know they're detained.
I mean, they're kidnappings. It's appalling. It's awful. It's shameful, really.
2 men were snatched off the street early this morning at Villa Park while buying tamales from a street cart. The owner of that cart, who has been here for years, was terrified.
Me dio miedo.
You're getting snatched up while buying tamales, family. On the street, trying to get a tamale or two. And they're getting snatched up. That's what I like to see. What I would like to see more is, the owners of these companies that's hiring these people and incentivizing these people to also start getting snatched up wherever they are. But one step at a time, I guess. And they said it terrified the owner of the shop. Well, why? Because she's also an illegal. Salute to our sister, Miss Nisi. Thank you for your super sticker, my sister. I appreciate you. And thank you for your contributions, family. But she was horrified, family. Let's see her account of things. If she speaks that English.
Years was terrified.
Me dio miedo. Yo tengo documentos, pero me dio miedo.
She said
she ain't even speaking the English, so we know that she's an illegal. Good grief.
Had her documents, but she was still threatened with arrest by those agents, so she immediately called her daughter.
This is my name.
She says she has her documents. How do you have your documents and you don't even speak a lick of English? How? In order to get your documents, in order to get your visa, in order to get citizenship, you got to take a test. Did they give you a test in Spanish? You're supposed to take a test. You're supposed to know our history. You're supposed to be able to speak basic English. Now, if you still have broken English issues, then they will put you in ESL classes and things like that. I've seen the process. But you're telling me that this woman who can't speak a lick of English, who no entiendo inglés, can now tell me that she has her paperwork? And then you wonder why the officers still threaten to arrest her? Yes, the test is in English. And some people may try to say, hey, maybe they gave her the test in English. Maybe she can read English and can't speak it. How, Sway? How in the hell can you read English and can't pronunciate English? You can't habla inglés, as they say in their native tongue. You can't entiendo inglés. For y'all that don't know what that means they can't understand English. Inglés. I gotta say it the way they say it. Inglés. With the hard SH on it. Inglés. They can't speak it or understand it, but yet she got her papers. And the ICE agents are supposed to believe that she's a citizen. Okay.
Neighborhood. This is my home. So once they told me.
No. Your home is where you originated from. Just because your mom came over here and dropped you off, don't mean that this is your home. That's why she was so damn nervous. If it was her home, she wouldn't have gotten that damn nervous. She wouldn't have needed to call you. For you to come over here and speak English. How the hell you have a child here, you raise the child to speak English, but you don't learn a lick of it? Make that make sense. Anybody, please, make it make sense. It don't make a lick of sense. You raised this grown big ass baby right here, this big ass woman. You know, she's a grown ass woman, so that means she done been here for some decades. She looked like she's maybe 40 something. You raise a 40 something year old woman and you ain't learned a lick of English? Salute to John's son. Thank you for being here, family. Oh, yeah. In her anti-government apparel. This is your home. No. No.
What happened with my mom? I left whatever I was doing.
Around the corner from the park, federal agents were also spotted entering an apartment building on North Marengo Street, apparently grabbing a few more people there. Because of the early morning operation at a city park, Pasadena quickly canceled swim lessons and other programs at Villa Park, Robinson Park, and Victory Park today.
We don't want to risk an innocent child, a parent, a coach, a referee being injured, and so we feel compelled to cancel activities.
These agents appear to have the word police written across their vests, but like in many of the other raids we've seen in recent weeks, it's not exactly clear what federal agency they're from and if they're just casting a wide net or going to specific spots for specific people.
Did not identify themselves, did not showed up in unmarked vehicles.
State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, who represents this district and was also out here earlier today, says on Monday she's introducing legislation to make these ICE agents identify themselves, including with some sort of name or ID plate being worn to show which agency they're with.
Why? So you guys can continue to target them? You guys who were out here protesting and all this other stuff were targeting ICE agents. And not just that. Let's be very clear. A lot of these folks got ties to the cartel. And the cartel is targeting agents. See, there's one fix. There's one fix for all of this. One fix. And I'm going to be 100% honest with you. It's probably the best bet. And deportation isn't it. There's one fix for these illegal invaders. There's one thing that you can do to prevent all of this. It's called self-deporting. Go on, get up out of here. Take your family, take the people that you don't want to be separated from, hop your ass on the first thing smoking, and get the hell up out of here. And you can avoid all of this. Salute, AB. Thank you for your comment. Word is they have copycats faking like they're ICE, but kidnapping them. Okay. You know what my response to that is?
Yeah, problem. Yeah, it's just not my problem. No.
If they would have self-deported, you wouldn't have to worry about people faking like they're ICE and kidnapping you. I'm going to be honest with you. This all goes back to the first act that they made when they got in this country, which is breaking into the country. When you break into the country, I'm not going to sit here and now feel sorry for you if things start happening to you in the country. I'm going to be honest with you. It's sad. Yeah. Okay. Do I feel sad for him? No, I feel nothing. In the words of Torian. Salute to him. I feel nothing. Because they feel nothing when it's us. That's just it. People say we need to start giving people the same energy they give us. I don't agree with that. I agree that we stop giving these people energy at all. So while these things are happening, okay, they're happening. But guess what? I feel nothing. I have nothing for you. If you would self-deport, you can ensure that you're not going to get picked up off the street by somebody pretending to be ICE. Am I wrong for saying that? Y'all let me know in the chat. Am I wrong for not giving a damn? I told you, I'm fresh out of fucks. I was looking for some fucks the other day. I looked high and I looked low. I looked in the closet and I looked in the tree at the very top. And I was looking in the attic and I looked in the basement. I couldn't find the fuck anywhere. I looked. I asked the Most High, I said, Most High, if it's in your will, give me a fuck. Give me a fuck to give, because I'm fresh out. And the Most High, I ain't seen one. The Most High haven't dropped one on my lap. I'm fresh out. I'm too concentrated on what's happening in my community and the things that should be happening for my community. I don't have the energy to now lend to other people. And some folks don't like that. I see the numbers going down. I appreciate you dropping it. Get on out of here if you don't like it. Because the facts are the facts. I don't. I have no fucks to give. And I don't care if you like it or not. Because they have none for us. And when I say I really speak for my people, I'm not going to hold any punches. I'm not a Kansas Owens. I'm not a goddamn Joyanne Reed. I'm none of these folks. I'm not paid by these folks. And even if I was getting paid by these folks, I'm be honest with you, that would never happen. I got too much integrity. But even if I was, you got to pay me as I come. I'm not about to sit here and talk a bunch of rhetoric for other people, and my people are sitting here starving. What kind of buffoon would I look like? And a lot of the times it's some of the people in their community who's attacking our community, who's doing these criminal acts in our communities towards us. And I'm supposed to care about people getting snatched off the street. Snatch their ass faster. I apologize, family. I know I went on a little rant there, but damn it, we got to speak truth to power. We got to speak truth to power. And we got to be a completely unapologetic people when we speak our truth to power. Because don't nobody else give a damn about anything that's happening to us. We got thousands upon thousands of women and children that disappear every damn year. Every damn year. And people want us to feel bad about some people who shouldn't even be here disappearing. Listen to me. You made the choice. Now you're dealing with consequence. Every choice has a consequence. You made yours. Now deal with the consequence. Let's get back over here, family.
People are scared to go outside. They're scared to even enjoy themselves. And that includes American citizens. I've started carrying my passport on me. I'm a state senator.
Tim Caputo, ABC 7.
Sucks to be you. Salute Greg Buzz. Thank you for being here, family. Also, I seen, who else did I see come on in here? I was in the middle of my rant when I saw you come in, but I'll give you the salute next time I see you pop up in the chat, family. But salute to you guys. Thank you for being here. It must really sucks to be you if you got to carry a passport or you a goddamn senator. You don't feel secure in your own damn senatorship. People should know who you are. Your state, you're the senator. Right? You shouldn't even have to worry about dealing with the po-po because guess what? You're a senator in your state. The po-po should know you. Salute, Jesse Paris. Thank you for being here, family. Let's go here.
Breaking news right now is what we're going to have here from, this is from, breaking news right now is what we're going to have here from, this is from an ICE raid at Kings Mountain Factory. Immigration agents are holding a news conference right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
For further questioning and process.
Can you just kind of refresh us and make sure that we understand exactly why you're here, what brought you here, and the concerns you have here?
Sure. Again, I can't give out too many details because it's an open investigation and we hadn't got to the prosecution stage and all that sort of stuff. I can tell you, allegations of identity theft you should take seriously. Would you want your identities used for someone else to work or do whatever they're going to do with them? So it's a serious federal crime.
So these folks out here stealing people's identity in order to get permits to work. That's what you want in your neighborhood? It's bad enough people stealing our identity. That's citizens. You want non-citizens to have your information and do God knows what with it? Huh.
We operate like any law enforcement agency. You have a mission that you go in for, and then as you discover other crimes and things, you act upon those.
Do you know at least how many employees were assigned, estimate from you guys when
I believe we're somewhere near 300, give or take.
And of the dozen arrested, can you tell us their charges?
Not yet.
Is it related to?
It's related to the case. I can't give you the specifics.
To their legal status?
Family, they went in to get the people that was scamming, that was stealing people's identity, and came out with 300 illegals. Do you see the problem? Do you see the issue? Even when they wasn't trying to deport, they got to deport. They didn't came across a whole goddamn cachet of goddamn illegals, and they was only looking for a few people. Salute to I am Kiera. Thank you for being here, my sister. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Someone on the inside dropped that dime. They dropped that dime like dudes standing on the corner in Belly eating a banana. I don't like that. I have to drop a dime on that. I have to drop a dime on that. And salute to whoever did it. Salute to whoever did it. Let's go.
It's related to the case. I'm not exactly sure what.
It's a bit rhetorical, but why is it important to arrest these people and debust these people?
So I'll ask you this. Do you want your identity used fraudulently? Everyone has an identity and they want to keep it, and your bank accounts and your life is tied to it. So this is a very serious thing. I'll just assure the viewers that they're safe. We're on the case. We're here protecting American citizens from illegal activity. We'll continue to do so.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Queen City News Plus.
Did y'all hear them in the background? They mad as hell. They mad as hell protesting. Bring them back. Bring them back. Family, at this point in time, y'all sound like a bunch of whining ass babies. Because you ain't get what you want, you want to sit there and cry. Because you don't like what you see, you want to sit there and cry. Well, I'm loving what I see. I'm sipping this lemonade right now as we speak. Well, not as we speak, but I'm about to take a sip as we speak. Matter of fact, let's go here, and I'm going to take a sip of my lemonade.
KDK has confirmed that immigration enforcement officers arrested 14 people at a local Mexican restaurant. KDK's Jennifer Brasso joins us live with the latest.
You have something in your home right now that could make you thousands of.
They want to do this every damn time. I go through and I make sure I skip all these ads at first. And then they want to come in when I'm alive and throw them bastards back in. Let's go.
On that operation today in the North Hills, Jen.
Ken, an ICE spokesperson tells me those 14 people arrested for immigration violations happened after officers executed a federal search warrant at Deportation Mexican Kitchen and Bar. Another immigration and customs enforcement raid in the Pittsburgh area, this time at Deportation Mexican Kitchen and Bar in Marshall Township. KDKA obtained pictures, one by one, men and women shackled by their hands and feet, put into police vehicles.
God, we pray for the ICE officers here today, that they may have a change of heart, that they know not what they do.
In the
family. Oh, family, godly. Salute to Sharon Thompson. Thank you for being here, family. We pray that these ICE agents have a change of heart, for they know not what they do. They know exactly what they're doing. They're doing their damn job. They're doing their damn job. That's what they're doing. They're catching them all. That's exactly what they're doing. They're catching them all. What do you mean they know not what they do? He tried to pull in scriptures. The Most High is the one saying, get their ass up out of here. And you're talking about, Most High, please. Just, please. Change their hearts. Change their minds. They know not what they do. They're getting a check for what they do. And they should continue to do what they do. 100%. Salute to our brother, Christopher Ellis. Thank you for being here, family. And also thank you for your Cashapp donation, family. Your gift is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. Let's continue.
The background, advocates like Jaime Martinez came to show support. He prayed for them in English and Spanish.
Heart of Jesus, full of love and mercy, watch over my sister and brother migrants. Have pity on them and protect them from these officers. We ask for mercy for all migrants. Padre nuestro, que estás en el cielo.
Family. He said, have mercy on them and protect them from these officers. When have you ever seen them folks jump out and pray for Black Americans who are the #1 target of police brutality? Not never, not ever. But they want to pray for actual criminals who are getting removed from this goddamn this state, this country. Get out of here. Get out of here. Looking like a PDF file. Get out of here.
Martinez is the community defense organizer for Casa San Jose, a nonprofit community research.
Tell me he don't look like a PDF file. That man right there looked like he fondles children. I'm just saying, this is just my opinion. This is not bullying YouTube. This is for scholarship and comedic effect at this point in time. He looks like a PDF file. I don't trust nothing that comes out of that man's mustache whatsoever.
Nonprofit community resource center that advocates for Latinos.
And as they
fit community resource.
Hell no. Hell no. Any man that walks like that, family, you need to not listen to.
Defense organizer for Casa San Jose, a nonprofit community resource center.
That man walks with no conviction. He has no self-pride. He has no pep in his step. He ain't even walking with his shoulders back and his head held high. Y'all better watch that dude. Salute to Astarte Jones. Thank you for being here, my sister.
That advocates. Martinez is the community defense organizer for Casa San Jose, a
Padre nuestro, que estás en el cielo.
Martinez is the community defense organizer for Casa San Jose, a nonprofit community resource center that advocates for Latinos.
And as they were walked out, they would wave at us and tell us thank you for being there, with tears streaming down their face in fear.
Did you see any use of
salute still Kevin Trees. Definitely a sus stash. That's exactly what it is. That is a sus stash, homie. I don't know what to tell people. You see anybody with a sus stash like that, you immediately keep an eye on that person.
force today?
Today I did not, but I have seen it other days.
An Immigration and Customs Enforcement spokesperson says officers arrested 14 undocumented migrants. If it's true that these people today are undocumented, why does Casa San Jose feel they should be allowed to stay without documentation?
Every human being should be afforded dignity. Every human being has inherent dignity tied to them, right?
What the hell does dignity have to do with citizenship? Salute, Dark Titan. Thank you for being here, family. What does dignity have to do with citizenship? These people are being deported with dignity. I showed you guys that a few broadcasts back, that damn meat packing plant where they went in and they were arresting people and then putting blankets over their shoulders and giving them cocoa to keep them warm. That's not denigration. That's pretty damn nice if you ask me. I've never been arrested and given a blanket and given hot cocoa and taken to a facility. I've been taken straight to a facility I've gotten handcuffs slapped on me and put on me so tight that I lost blood circulation in my fingertips. I've never been given a damn blanket. But I got bit in the damn lip by a brown recluse while I was in there and got no damn type of medication, no medical services or nothing like that. We are not the same. So we're not going to sit here and talk about dignity. If you wanted to be dignified, you would have grabbed everybody that you loved and walked your ass right back across that border in the very same way that you walked in here with dignity. At least you would not be getting removed in a way that you would be getting removed. Hey, action, meet consequence.
Right. What we're seeing right now, above all else, is violations of that dignity.
The ICE spokesperson also says officers...
They ain't say nothing when dignity of black folks being violated, though, right? Okay.
Quote, conducted an HSI-led worksite enforcement investigation where they executed a federal search warrant, but didn't say what that warrant was for. FBI and DEA agents were also on the scene assisting in this ICE enforcement raid. The ICE spokesperson tells me those 14 people arrested today, they are in ICE custody. He wouldn't confirm where. I'm told more information about that federal search warrant will be coming out soon. Reporting live, Jennifer Brown.
Why would they tell them where they are? So that they can plan another ICE raid? I don't know if I spoke about this on my broadcast, on any of my broadcasts, but there was a situation where people stormed the ICE facility where people was being held and staged the breakout. So why would we or anybody tell people where these people are going to go when you have a bunch of democratic nutbags who are breaking into ICE facilities and breaking people out? I'm just wondering. He got the elder bars just for me, Curl. Hold up. We gotta go back. Yep. That's that just for me. Good call. Good call, my brother. Good call. Oh, Jesus. Let's go here.
Detention facility tonight. An Arlington newlywed is in an ICE detention facility tonight. Her husband and legal team tell us she was detained en route to her honeymoon in February. Now they fear she will be deported, despite having no country to call home. They say the Palestinian woman is stateless and has followed U.S. immigration rules ever since coming to Dallas as a child.
Salute to our brother Christopher Ellis. He says, I noticed that since they cannot use FBA history to get momentum behind they come with these dignity and feeling stories that don't go nowhere because they don't have any type of merit behind what they're saying. You can't say that you're dignified when you didn't broke into the damn country. You're a criminal. You can't say that you are, I don't know, anything other than a criminal if you break into someone's country. That's just what it is. Don't nobody care about dignity. They're trying to pull on the heartstrings of all the people who voted Democrats and people who are used to voting Democrats. That's just what it is. Because they try to use emotion. I told you the Democrats is very, very good for using emotion in order to get people to come out for them. And so that's the real issue right there. They're really trying to get people to go back to that democratic plantation and let them stay. Salute to our sister FBA Queen. Thank you for being here, my sister. It's good to see you. Also, salute to Elizabeth D. Thank you for being here, my sister. It's good to see you as well. Let's get back over here.
NBC5's Ali Spilliards has more.
Will you marry me, babe?
This time last year, Tahir Sheikh would have likely said that he and his bride Ward Sakik were at the start of happily ever after.
Go from, again, buying your first home.
She chose the color, not me.
Planning your dream wedding, attending that wedding, going on your honeymoon, to being separated for over 120 days.
The newlyweds had just arrived in the U.S. Virgin Islands when Sheikh says his wife was detained by ICE, despite a pending green card application and proof of a unique circumstance.
She's considered stateless, which essentially just means that you're born in a country that doesn't give you birthright citizenship. And since she was a Palestinian refugee that was born in Saudi Arabia, they weren't recognized as Saudi nationals.
Sheikh says Sakik's family came to the U.S. on a visa when she was 8. They applied for asylum but were denied. With no citizenship, the U.S. couldn't deport them, so they were given an order of supervision and told to check in annually. He says Sakik, a graduate of UT Arlington turned wedding photographer, has always complied. Still today, she's held at Prairie Land Detention Center in Alvarado after spending several months detained in McAllen. The Department of Homeland Security hasn't responded to multiple requests sent by NBC5 for information about Sakik's case. Sheikh says he hasn't received communication either, even after a fear last week that his wife would be deported. Her green card approval remains on hold as long as she's detained.
While she had this pending application, why risk leaving the mainland?
Because we didn't see it that way. We didn't see it that way. And
family, before we continue, salute to our sister, FBA Queen. Thank you for being here and thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold and I appreciate your contribution. She says, love your work. These folks can cry me a river and I hope they ended up crying all of us an ocean. Cry me the Pacific Ocean. I don't give a damn. Much love to you, my sister. Now, family, I'm going to leave this up to y'all. We're going to make this very interactive. If you guys feel the need, whenever these sob stories, because we got a few to go through, because when I said they got to catch them all, we're going to look at who they've been catching it, because it ain't just been the Latinos. You know, people running around here talking about, oh, well, you know, they're only going after Latinos. You don't see them going after anybody else. It's just the brown people they're going after. So I'm going to show you here today that when we say you got to catch them all, Ash Cashapp is out there with a Pokeball and he's just tossing them willy-nilly. Willy-nilly-nilly. So if you guys feel so inclined, when you hear these sob stories, go ahead and drop the violin in the chats whenever you hear them, and I'm going to do something special for it.
we felt we did our due diligence, and we were very intentional. We were very intentional. There's a reason we chose the U.S. Virgin Islands. I need people to realize that this is someone who has complied every year for 14 years and has always sought to be able to build lawful permanent residence. But when you're stateless, you don't have that luxury. Now that you are finally at the finish line, why would you take it away?
In Arlington, Ali Spilliards, NBC5.
Oh no!
But when you're stateless,
we're going to go back over
and
that.
Has always
we got to
sought
do it
to be able to build lawful permanent residence. But when you're stateless, you don't have that luxury. Now that you are finally at the finish line, why would you take it away?
In Arlington, Ali Spilliards, NBC5.
According to the Center for Migration Studies, stateless persons in removal proceedings can be released from custody after 90 days. Sakik has now been held for more than 120 days.
Wowzy, wowzy, woo woo, ladies and gentlemen.
Top line?
It's all bad for them, family. It's all bad for them. They need some amazing grace, family. They need some amazing grace, family. All right, let's move on, because like I said, they want to make it seem like it's just, you know, brown people. Oh, let's go to some of them. Okay, here we go.
A Culver City neighborhood is shaken tonight after a beloved.
I went from 100.
What I say? It never, you bastard. I swear, they're trying their hardest to get me to do this damn premium. All right, let's try. Let's go back here.
A Culver City neighborhood is shaken tonight after a beloved ice cream vendor is taken from a park in broad daylight by masked agents in unmarked cars. Federal agents took Ambrosio Lozano into custody earlier this week, leaving only his ice cream cart behind.
Tonight, residents of the neighborhood where he has been selling ice cream for decades are outraged and saddened by his disappearance. Sandra Mitchell live in Culver City tonight. Sandra?
Yeah, Micah, those community members so outraged, they told us tonight they're willing to go to court to defend this ice cream vendor. We talked with his family as well, and they say they have now recovered his ice cream cart, and they tell us they're going to be back on the street selling ice cream to support his legal fund.
So, one of the tortas was on the street selling ice cream illegally. They were able to get the ice cream cart, but not him. Oh, and they said they're going to be back on the street selling ice cream again tomorrow. Well, I hope your paperwork's in order.
An abandoned cart, the only sign that Enrique, the ice cream man, had been taken into custody.
We don't know if he's going to get deported. He doesn't even know where they're sending him to, if they're sending him somewhere.
Monday afternoon, at his usual spot on Culver Boulevard near Veterans Park, Ambrosio Lozano, known to neighbors as Enrique, was able to make a phone call to his wife as he was being taken away by ICE agents.
He was just crying, and he told her kind of like where the cart was at and that he was being taken and that he loved her. That's basically what she got before the phone went dead.
Enrique had been selling ice cream in the area for almost 20 years. He was a part of community events, and neighbors insist not a threat.
We hear a lot about how they're catching gang members and murders and everything, but really what they're taking is our ice cream men and our nannies and our gardeners. So
others say he was friendly, always willing to give goodies to children, even if they didn't have money.
I just don't understand it. Like, go after a criminal, don't go after the ice cream man. Like, it's ridiculous to me. Like, I feel very heartbroken.
And many can't.
Family. Do you see how these folks are trying to make it seem like he's not a criminal, he's an ice cream man? Do you see they're trying to make it seem like they said they were going to be going after the criminals, but they're going after our ice cream men? Put a pin in that, because we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the broadcast, about whether there's such a thing as the wrong criminal, the wrong type of crime.
Can't believe how he was taken, they say, by unidentified men in unmarked SUVs.
Doesn't seem legal to me at all. I would think that you'd have to have paperwork and, I mean, it just seems crazy.
His niece acknowledges Enrique was not a U.S. citizen and says as a Mexican man pushing an ice cream cart, he was an easy target.
It's so sad to see, because they're just out there trying to find work to do, you know? They're trying to provide for their family, and it's not okay.
His family did give us an update tonight saying that Enrique is being held at the detention center in downtown LA, and they were able to get a quick visit with him today. By the way, they do have a GoFundMe account. It has already reached almost $40,000. We have a link on our website, ktla.com. We're live tonight in Culver City. I'm Sandra Mitchell. Micah and Cher, back to you.
Sandra, thank you.
So, family, not only has this man been taken into the detention center, his family is now milking it by starting a GoFundMe. This is the new cash grab, ladies and gentlemen. One of my family members get taken into ICE custody. Somebody pay me money. Please help our family by giving us money, even though he's going to get deported anyway. Why didn't your dad go to court? Why didn't your dad go to court? Why didn't he go in there and plead his asylum claim? What was it that was so important it kept your father away from becoming a citizen? In all the years he's been there. Don't nobody give a damn. Because we're asking the right questions. If you were in the country for all this time, why are you pushing an ice cream cart illegally? Let's go here.
Some breaking news now. The families of the car wash workers.
Breaking news now, the families of the car wash workers reportedly taken by ICE are now speaking out.
Yeah, let's listen into what they have to say.
Prior to that day, there was a suspicious black SUV surrounding his job, along with 3 ICE cars driving around Venice and Sepulveda. They also kidnapped the client that was here with him. His sons were with him when they detained him.
Family, notice the word that they're using. He was kidnapped. They also kidnapped the client that was with them. So both of them were illegal, and they both was arrested by ICE. It's not kidnapping. You're being arrested.
It isn't about immigration policies anymore, and it never was. My dad isn't a criminal. He's a hardworking man with such great respect from everyone, from his coworkers, his clients, my teachers, my sister's teachers, and many more friends he's made along the way. He's a husband, and most importantly, he's a father. Thanks to all the sacrifices he's made, me and my sister were able to graduate high school, go to college, and live the life he wasn't able to as a kid. He works hard for the family him and my mom have created, and I will forever be grateful for that. For putting a roof over our heads and food on the table. Many of our friends and relatives can say the same thing. He's a hard-working, respectable man who loves his family more than anything. He's always pushed me to be the greatest in school and as a person. Because of him, I was able to finish high school with great achievements.
Oh, my sister. Oh, my sister, Mia Kim. You just touched something that is very apparent to me as well. They never had intentions on becoming Americans. That sounds like a takeover to me too, sis. That's exactly what it looks like. That's exactly what it sounds like. Great comment.
But because of him being detained, he wasn't able to watch me walk the stage. The moment that he worked so hard for me was gone. Because of Trump's abuse of power, many families are going through their worst nightmares. I just want my dad to come home safe. And I wish that he was able to see his little girl graduate. I'll be speaking on behalf of my mom. This is something that she wrote. She said today was supposed to be a happy day for the family. My father was supposed to see my sister graduate. Something that she said is something he worked so hard for. Saw her struggle so much. We saw how much she struggled, how much she accomplished towards the end. And he's not going to be able to be here to see her graduate. We are extremely sad to not know where he is. We have not been able to find him, and this is unfair. We would like justice for him. And we would like to live without the fear of being detained at all times.
Family, she said she want to live without the fear of being detained at all times. Then come here legally. Go through the process. Rather than breaking the law and thinking that you should be left alone. We're going to move on. We didn't heard enough of their little nonsense. But it ain't just the Browns, the tortas. No. Mutombo is finding out what's going on in the hood too. Let's go here.
Well, we were waiting for when the dark-skinned or immigrants were going to be arrested, and they started with an African from Congo, Mr. Valadu Wamba, and he worked as a correctional officer with the sheriff department in Cumberland County, Oregon. He was wearing his uniform on his way to work when they arrested him. This might be shocking to Africans. I'm in the Atlanta area, and let's be clear, and we don't like to say it, but let's just say it. Africans, most of them prefer a proximity to whiteness. They do not like Black Americans, and I'm sorry, but it just is what it is. So this is going to shock a lot of Africans because they think that it wasn't going to apply to them. I also say this because there was recently a video come out. If you follow Tabitha Speaking Politics, you will know that Nigerians school their Africans on how to come to America, stay away from Black Americans, and get close to whiteness. Now, he was a firefighter in Congo and was tortured and came here seeking asylum with him and his family.
I'm living with fear because I don't know what is going to happen. I have people work permit. I have a legal social security, and I was working. I was told if I go back to my country, I think I will end up in the jail or I will lose my life. That is my big fear.
The sheriff's department where he worked for as a correctional officer stated that all of his proper documentation, everything was in order. He had a social security card, he had a valid work permit, but his visa has expired. And his attorney said many immigrants think that they're okay by letting their visa expire once they get a valid work permit, which is not true. When they picked him up, they said, you overstayed your visa. Also, there's been no communication between ICE and their agency about him. He is currently being housed with all the other immigrants in that area that have been detained in New Hampshire and Stratford County. They denied him bail because they said he is a flight risk and his hearing is not until October. Now, his lawyers feel confident that he will at least be approved for asylum based on the fact that if he goes to Congo, his life is in danger. Prayers out to him and his family. And, you know, unfortunately, the Africans are in the same boat as all the rest of illegal immigrants so far. We have the Latino community, we have Asians, and now they've moved on to Africans. None of this is good news, none of it at all.
Speak for yourself, ma'am. This is fantastic news. Fantastic. Salute to our brother Reparations Nation. Imagine someone breaking into your house and then getting mad at you for not helping them load up your stolen goods and for calling the race soldiers on them. Imagine that. That is a great analogy. A fantastic analogy. You want to break into my house and get mad at me because I won't help you with the TV. Get the hell out of here. Real beans. That is a great analogy, damn it. Get your ass up out of here. All right, family. So let's go here. We got the Browns, the other side of the Browns. So we either went from Brown to Matumbo to now Bonjouri Chicken Brown. Oh, let me go here, family.
Woman who immigrated to the U.S. from Iran in the 1970s is sitting in a detention. Woman who immigrated to the U.S. from Iran in the 1970s is sitting in a detention facility tonight after Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained her outside her Lakeview home.
As Jacob Bradford reports, her family says that she was allowed to live in the United States for nearly 50 years before she was detained over the weekend.
I mean, it's so surreal. Still can't believe I actually saw it.
Chris Garrick says he saw the moment Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents whisked his neighbor away and says he yelled for his wife, Sarah.
I thought he was being dramatic, and then I saw what was happening. They're taking Donna. He ran out and tried to talk to the officers. I yelled from the door, but I was keeping my sons from running out. And she's like a grandmother to them.
Had it not been for Chris and Sarah on Sunday at 10 o'clock, we would have never known she was taken and detained by, immigration and ICE agents.
Mandana Kashanian's family told our Rob Mess.
That is a good damn point. KK Speak says, damn, 70 years? That's a good run. Exactly. She got a good run. She should have got her money's worth. I'm gonna be honest with you. She should have got the bang for her buck. She done been here since the 70s. Since the 70s. So we're talking what, about 50 damn years? 55 years. She's been here. And didn't think to put down the Tandoori chicken and go get her citizenship? That's wild.
She was gardening outside her Lakeview home around 10 Sunday morning when 3 unmarked cars pulled up. Her neighbors say the agents asked her name, then quickly detained her and drove off, all while her husband, Russell Milne, and daughter Caitlin were inside. Both are U.S. citizens.
They turned around, handcuffed her right away, whisked her off into unmarked trucks. There was about 3 vehicles out and drove off, and it didn't take more than maybe a minute for that whole interaction.
Kashanian's husband says agents took her to a jail in Hancock, Mississippi, then moved her to an ICE detention center in Jena before taking her an hour northwest of Lake Charles in Basile.
They have not communicated anything from where she's being held. We're just kind of finding bits of information.
Her family says she does not have a criminal record and is compliant with immigration.
Wrong! If she didn't have a criminal record, she wouldn't be taken into custody. That means she has a criminal record. And that record is being here legally. Just because the government allowed you to stay doesn't mean that you're now being given citizenship. That's facts. Shout out to Maneuver. He says, what's the words they say they use? They said allowed to stay in the United States. She was illegal in the United States. And that's facts. Salute to our brother Armageddon. Thank you for being here, brother.
immigration rules. Kashanian first came to the United States in the late 1970s on a student visa. When it expired 20 years later, she was granted a stay of deportation, allowing her to remain in the U.S. under supervision. Her husband of 35 years says she has not once missed an immigration appointment. Her family is now working to find an attorney, but says attorneys in the area are overwhelmed with other immigration cases and that finding a lawyer is difficult.
She basically helped us out with everything.
Yeah, she does everything.
We're kind of a mess in the house without her.
Last week, we asked the acting director of ICE's New Orleans field office about potential quotas for arrests, detentions, or expulsions.
Have you received any direction for quotas from the administration anywhere along the chain of command as to how many folks you need to be arresting, detaining, expelling?
We were given guidance of a number of enforcement teams that we needed to have out in the field. We've met that, and we are doing that every single day.
Quotas on teams, but I'm talking about quotas on arrests, detentions, and expulsions. Have you received quotas or benchmarks you need to meet in terms of the number of individuals you arrest, detain, or expel?
I understand that's part of it, but we look at it every single day, and we've been meeting what we've been asked to do.
Okay, so you have received quotas?
Not in writing of how many numbers we need to make, a certain number every day and things like that. We're meeting the teams that they assigned us to have here in this region.
Good. Meet those teams. Salute to Oprah Ivy. She says she was here when Soul Train was on TV every Saturday. She watched Cheech and Chong movies and smoked yayo and ate tacos. Oh, damn. Oh. Shit. That's good. That is damn good. She was over here smoking yayo, eating Cheech and Chong, eating tacos, instead of doing what she was supposed to be doing, getting her goddamn citizenship right.
The family has spoken with Kashanian by phone, and that her worry is about their homeowner's insurance being paid. They say that proves she is more worried about her family than about herself.
She says she's okay. She's more worried about us. Like I said, she's our support system. So, sorry. The first thing she said on the phone was, make sure the homeowner's insurance is paid, which stressed me. Sorry.
Now, the family says that they are working to find out about visitation to the immigration facility in Basile. Her husband says Kashanian has another immigration appointment at the end of July. Now, at this time, a request for comment from ICE has not been answered.
Well, look, this could all get resolved there. She has an appointment with the immigration services later in the month. So, you never know. She might be granted asylum. I doubt it because she's been here since the 70s. She's been here long enough to watch Soul Train come and go off of TV. I mean, we'll see. But why is this even a story if this woman has a court date coming up where she has the option, I don't want to say option, but have the opportunity to now stake her claim? Salute, Aisha. Thank you very much for your Cash App donation, family. Thank you for your contribution, and your donation is blessed tenfold. Family, these are the people that we're supposed to be feeling sorry for. Let's go here because, like I said, it's not just the brown. We went from the brown to the black, to the African, the Matumbo, to the, I want to say, let's say Middle Eastern, the Eastern brown. And now we're going to take it to the napkin, the Nabisco. Yes, family, Nabiscos are being deported too. Go figure. Go figure. Let's go here, family. Man 31 in U.S. legally for 12 years, ripped from family, detained by ICE. If he was here for 12 years, it couldn't have been that legal if he was ripped from his family, right? Let's get into this. Let's get into this article. A 31-year-old Danish national, a Danish national. Huh? A 31-year-old Danish national with no criminal history, with no criminal record, who has been living in the U.S. legally for more than 10 years, was detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, officials during a routine appointment to finalize his citizenship, according to multiple media reports. Now, they said that they were on a mission to finalize his citizenship. Well, if they were on a mission to finalize his citizenship, how did that mission turn into him saying, damn that, you're going home? Well, let's get into it. Casper Erickson. Oh, look, his name is Casper. Well, Casper got ghosted. Was that wrong? Casper fits perfectly because he got ghosted. Anyway, a green card holder who works in the welding who works as a welder, in Strugus, Mississippi, where he lived with his wife and his 4 children, was unexpectedly taken into custody on April 15th and later transferred to LaSalle Detention Center in Louisiana, Newsweek reported. The 31-year-old, according to his wife, Savannah Hobart Erickson, first moved to the States as an exchange student in 2009 and returned to Denmark. He returned to the United States legally in 2013 after he and his wife married, and he began the legal process to becoming an American citizen. In September 2024, according to the outlet, the Ericksons received word that his application was under review, and on March 7th, an interview for his naturalization application was scheduled. ICE officials reportedly detained the 31-year-old for failing to file a single document due in 2015, around the same time the couple lost their first child as a stillborn. See how they're trying to tug on the heartstrings? Let me reread that. Let me reread that in its proper context. Reportedly detained the 31-year-old for failing to file a single document due in 2015, around the same time the couple lost their first child in a stillbirth. Amidst their grief, they fought to file Form I-75-1. The Mississippi Free Press reported. More than a month later, the Danish national remains in a Louisiana detention center with dozens of detainees, unsure of his future. Where he might get sent, and without a date scheduled for a court to hear his case. So, family, what does this tell you? He went through the process of becoming an American citizen. He didn't send in the proper paperwork. They were asking him about the proper paperwork. He didn't send it in. And then when they told him he didn't send it in, they tried to rush to send it in. So it was just a mere mistake, they say. Well, it was supposed to be filed in 2015. Why the hell wasn't it filed in 2015? See, you waited until you got in trouble to try to go back and cover your ass. The time to cover your ass was back in 2015 when you filed for the goddamn situation. Or 2013, sorry. But I feel absolutely nothing. So when people are saying, oh, it's just the brown people getting, nope. We got the Browns, we got Matumbo, we got East Brown, and now we got some Nabisco up in there. Exactly. Salute to my brother. That's the perfect analogy. The dog ate my paperwork. Well, you get an F. When you go to school, you tell the teacher that the dog ate your homework, you still fail. You still fell. And that's just what it is. CYA, cover your ass. Exactly. That's what you should have been concentrating on. Instead of dropping off babies. All your paperwork should have been done before you started having babies. You gotta catch them all. We got to catch them all. Let's go here, family. Because some folks are now speaking out against what happened to the white man, the Nabisco.
Fortunately, tragically found out the hard way that no matter how much you support Donald Trump, he does not give a damn about you or your...
Ready to join the booth?
All right. You bastard. You bastard. Get you out of there. All right. Let's do this again. Let's do it again.
Another Trump supporter has, unfortunately, tragically found out the hard way that no matter how much you support Donald Trump, he does not give a damn about you or your struggles, many of which might be directly his fault. We're talking here about Casper Erickson, a Mississippi father of 4, who's been taken away from his family and sent to a detention center in Louisiana after apparently missing one piece of paper years and years ago in his path to citizenship. Here's a photo of him with his beautiful family. He's got a bunch of young kids, and on paper, they say he is a model conservative model member of MAGA. He worked as a welding foreman, lived on a family farm, has no criminal record, and judging by social media activity was shoulder to shoulder with all things MAGA. But none of that mattered to ICE, obviously, because back in 2015, he failed to complete Form I-751, petition to remove conditions on residence, just one of the countless steps on his legal path to getting full U.S. citizenship. So he actually came from Denmark to the U.S. way back in 2009 and began doing the process that many people have done to become a citizen. He was involved in that just 5 or 6 years later. He met his wife Savannah, had 4 children, paid taxes, built a career, attended every immigration appointment required. His wife suffered a stillbirth in 2015, and in the wake of that horrible and unthinkable situation, he missed that deadline for that single form again 10 years ago. This was, to put in perspective, I don't even know if Trump had come down the escalator yet. This is such ancient history, but none of that matters because he went to his final meeting with immigration officials on April 15th, and ICE did what they've been doing now. They use you being responsible and going to these meetings to ambush you. And once you show up, they know where you are, so they set you, and they just take you away. He didn't even get to say goodbye to his wife or his family. He was just disappeared, as so many people are. And so here is a statement that eventually came out again. He was taken weeks ago at this, I think like 5 weeks ago at this point. The case manager in Memphis and the U.S. Marshal had a real sense of remorse because they realized it was an unfortunate circumstance. He said his hands were currently tied. He told us that had it been a couple of months earlier during the previous administration, the situation would have probably been different. With the new administration, things have changed a lot. So they had to treat me like they were going to. And so we don't know for sure what's going to end up happening to this guy. Again, he's MAGA, so maybe Fox News champions this. Maybe Tucker Carlson calls Trump. Stephen Miller's like, well, he looks super white. We'll give him a pass. But maybe not. He may be just gone. And if you read into this, there's statements from his wife about the evolving lies she's had to tell her kids about why their dad has disappeared for weeks. None like this. Again, if this doesn't get through to MAGA people, like I know that they don't care about the hairdresser, they don't care about the empanada salesperson, they don't care about the science teacher, they don't care about Garcia or whatever. These again, total innocence and all of that. This dude is exactly you, and he may never be able to return to his family again. It's utterly absurd, and I wish that hadn't.
Family. Not my problem. That's just not my problem. Whether you're Magite or whether you're libtard, you both are dealing with this situation on your own. Love it. Love to see it. It's all gravy. I don't feel nothing. And don't get your hopes up about Tucker getting in contact with Trump because Tucker and Trump ain't on good terms right now. A lot of the Magites are turning on Trump. We're going to talk about that another day, but a lot of Magites are turning on Trump. So I doubt Tucker will be able to call Trump and say, hey, this guy looks super white. Hey, and even if he did, who's to say that Trump would give a damn? But family, I want to go here. I got to show you this. I got to show you this, family, because this right here is some of the most nonsensical stuff that you're ever going to see. This man, and this is a clip of all these different people who are being deported. And this man tries to have a conversation with one of the officers and tried to make him feel bad about doing his job. And the officer, our reporter, whoever's doing the camera work, clearly states that he don't give a damn. Not like that, but basically, hey, you did what you had to do, and now you're getting the consequence of it. Action means consequence. Consequence comes from the actions in which you do. So it is what it is.
Any final messages?
He's going down the plane asking, is there any final messages? Like he's about to pull out the pum and put everybody to rest in that piece. But notice all the different people that you see on this plane. You see Hispanics, you see the Matumbos, you see some Nabiscos. They out there trying to catch them all. They really teamed up with Ash Katchum out there. Ash said, oh, y'all need to catch them? Okay, no problem. I got these special Pokeballs, and I'm ready to go to work. All you got to do is give me an ice vest, and I'm going to get out there, and I'm going to go catch these tortas. I'm going to go catch these Nabiscos. I'm going to go catch the Matumbos. I'm going to get them up out of here because they need to go. Just give me a vest and put a Pokeball on the side of my ice so I can know that I'm cold with this Pokeball. Salute to Ash Katchum.
Any final messages? Habla inglés? You want to say anything?
Not at all.
Okay.
Look, that man, he's heated. He's mad, ladies and gentlemen. He's like, damn, I got caught. Damn it. But then something in his mind. Say, you know what? Let me go ahead and try to tug on his heartstrings. As if that was going to help him get off that plane.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I think there's a reason why we have borders. Every country has a right to decide who comes in and who doesn't. And I support legal immigration. It's got to come through the front door. It's like when I have a house, I decide who comes into my house. If somebody climbs in my back window, I decide if they leave. I kind of look at it the same way. What do you think?
So when white people go to Mexico, Mexicans cannot do the same thing they are doing.
What the hell is this man talking about, family? When white people go to Mexico, Mexicans do not do the same thing. Dude, white people go to Mexico to vacation. That is cold breeze. My brother burnt his brass's own one. He said they got Bruno Mars. Oh no, we're not going to get any more 24 Karat Magic albums. Damn, Bruno. I didn't know you was out there capping for the Hispanics, Bruno. I thought you was Filipino. We ain't gonna get no more. Put your finger to the moon. All that's gone. Man, I'm gonna have to accept it. But this man is out here making nonsensical arguments talking about why when white folk go to Mexico, Mexicans don't do that to them. Because they don't stay. Tourism is different than invading a country and living off the people of that country. What the hell are these people talking about? It is much, much different. But let's let Bruno finish what he got to say.
I don't know anyone that broke into Mexico. If you go illegally into Mexico, they'll deport you.
No, they don't.
They do.
Because when y'all go over there,
you can't fly an American flag and protest Mexico in Mexico. You'll get deported. Do you think you should be able to fly a foreign flag in America?
What do you mean?
That man is utterly confused, ladies and gentlemen. Family, the man is utterly confused. He don't know what the hell is going on. He's like, salute Faith Speaks Like, thank you for your Cashapp donation, family, and I appreciate you. Thank you for your contribution. This man is utterly confused. He's like, what do you mean they get deported if you burn a flag in Mexico? Dude, you Mexican. How are you going to tell me you don't know what the hell going on? Godly. FBA Queen ain't no good either. She said, I will miss Filipino egg rolls. I ain't never really liked those egg rolls. I really don't like egg rolls too much. But, I did like lumpia. Lumpia is pretty fire. Not Tocino, though. Tocino, that goddamn, no, I like Tocino. Tocino's the chicken. Lumpia is the goddamn sausage that when you burp, it tastes like trash. Yeah, I'll miss the Tocino. The Lumpia, he could take that with him. He could put it on his pinker finger and stick it to the moon.
Like at the protests we see out there, they're flying the Mexican flag. They're burning the American flag and flying the Mexican flag. You think that's okay?
If I really got to be honest, military people, when they went to Honduras, they did the same thing. And nobody could say nothing.
When?
I don't know when, but I see the video.
Okay.
Me and Kim's cold. Now he's singing, I should have bought you flowers and held your hand. Should have been talking all that shit to the foundational Black Americans.
Look, I don't think you should be able to go into any country without authorization. America, Mexico, Honduras, anywhere. Just follow the law.
Yeah, but you think that's right? When American people fly on another flag?
No. I don't think anyone should fly any other flag in a foreign country.
That's all.
God bless you, man. What's your name?
Evan. God bless you too. Okay. I appreciate it.
You just got to deal with it. You got to cope. You got to grin and cope. And that's what he ended up having to do at the end of the day, because the question that he asked, do you think that that's right? It got shut down. Hell yeah, it's right, because your ass shouldn't come over here breaking into the country, waving a whole different country's flag and think that we ain't going to get on you because you ain't supposed to be here. And then the man was just utterly confused when he said Mexico would deport you if you did that. Before deporting you, they would let the people in the streets beat your ass. Paul, excuse me. That's what they would do. Then they would deport you and get your ass up out of here. Salute to our sister Stolen Ancestors. Thank you for being here, my sister. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, they wouldn't allow it. And he was confused as if, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? You know exactly what we mean. Go to Mexico and burn the Mexican flag. Your ass is going straight to jail. You do not pass go. You do not collect $200. You're going straight to jail. And yet you people think that you could come over here and do the same thing. No. 6 years, exactly. 6 years in prison. And then you'll get deported. If you make it out of that prison. So yeah, family, we ain't giving no damns. What was that song that Lil Jon and the East Side Boys put out? If you don't give a damn, we don't give a fuck. Can't find one. And they didn't listen to what Lil Jon said in that song. If they would have just listened to what Lil Jon said in that song, then we wouldn't have this problem. Lil Jon said just like this: don't start no, it won't be no ish. John didn't take heed to that, did you? And Lil Jon didn't just say it in any type of way. He yelled it to you so you can understand it. Don't start no ish, it won't be no ish. They finding out now that there's a whole lot of ish now. You should have kept your mouth closed. You should have just flew under the radar. But since they can't get us to put on a cape to help these people because they refuse to put on the radar, to fly under the radar, excuse me. Because they refuse to not talk about foundational Black Americans in the way that's disrespectful. We don't mind you talking about us, but put respect on our names. But since these folks, they're not getting any type of momentum, they're sending out their melanated ops, the tethers, to now try to make it seem like this is our fight. Let's go here, family. And I used to really support Slauson Girl because, you know, both LA natives. However, After Joe Byron opened up the floodgates, Slauson Girls videos have been more and more narrated towards the emotional content of these illegals. Like every protest that she was out at or had clips of, it was a positive spin on it. And now this nonsense here. Now, this ain't me talking bad about Slauson Girl. I'm just saying I'm dissatisfied with her content as of recently.
Anywhere. Do you want the door slammed on you? Okay. Do you want masked men jumping out of cars to grab on you? Do you want to have no place for refuge? That is what we are experiencing.
Family?
Nigga, please.
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
That's what it is. It's stupidity, family. Sheer cut stupidity. Why? Because foundational Black Americans have been having this problem where the jump out boys jump out on us for absolutely no reason. We have never had a safe haven. Why is it that everybody is trying to push a safe haven for a bunch of people who haven't really gone through nothing in this country? But when the people who actually have gone through the most heinous situations in this country, y'all don't give us safe havens. We don't have sanctuary cities. There is nowhere an FBA can go and just be harbored as a fugitive. There is nowhere in the United States that an FBA can go and people want to ignore the law on the books in order to protect us. Nowhere. So the disrespect is egregious.
Right now as Black migrants and as other immigrants in this country and in this city, in this county and in this state. That's real. When we think of Black immigrants in Los Angeles, we must remember 1 out of every 5 Black people in LA is a Black immigrant.
Okay. So why aren't you speaking to the 1 out of 5? If 1 out of 5 people in LA are the children of immigrants, why aren't you going to that 1 out of 5 people and getting all those ones to come together and make many? Salute to the Hula Gang. Thank you for being here, family. It makes no sense. Why are you going to the additional 4, trying to get all the additional 4s to come together? If there's 100 people and 1 out of 5 of all those people are your target audience, that would make 20 people out of that 100 that you have. If you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 1 is the immigrant. All right, you're an immigrant. Why aren't you going after all the ones? You're more concentrating on the other 4 who clearly said, no, that ain't our business.
Either born outside the country or a child of Black immigrants such as myself and others. 1 out of every 5. There is no Earl's Grill without the Trinidadian mom. There is no marathon without Nipsey Hussle dad.
Nipsey Hussle was a foundational Black American through and through. I know that his father, is Eritrean. But he didn't grow up in Eritrean culture. Nip and his brother, Black Sam, are well known around Los Angeles. My cousin used to rap with Nipsey. Rest in peace to my cousin. His name was Create. Well, his full rap name's Create a Creation. My cousin was working with Sick With It Records in E40's crew. And Nip was working with people that he was working with, but they were basically a group together. And Nip has never, ever, ever spoke against foundational Black Americanness, nor did he show that he was anything different than a foundational Black American. And when you rolled up on him in his neighborhood, he would act like a foundational Black American. So while she's saying there would be no marathon if it wasn't for Nip's daddy, that's the same nonsense that they try to do about Malcolm X, who was also raised in foundational Black American culture. See, it's one thing to be biracial, or excuse me, it's not really biracial. Let's just say bi-ethnic. But it's another thing when you're bi-ethnic and only culture you know is foundational Black American culture. That makes you a foundational Black American. You have one foundational Black American parent and your culture is foundational Black American. Now, I'm not saying you can't celebrate other cultures and things like that, but you know exactly who you are because that's what you were raised in. And so I disagree with this woman. Nipsey Hussle became Nipsey Hussle off his life experiences as a foundational Black American. He's named after a foundational Black American, Nipsey Russell. Well, that's why he named himself after. Yeah, they do that with Sammy Davis Jr. as well. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Salute to you, Ciroc. Thank you for being here, family. You're absolutely right.
Right? We know we are eating Jamaican patty and we are happy. We are taking African dance class in Lamert Park.
Speak for yourself. I tried a Jamaican patty one time and I was like, nope, this ain't for me. This is not for me. I'll take a burger. Make it a smash burger. Make it a double. Matter of fact, make it a grilled cheese smash burger. I'll take that. I don't like Jamaican patties. I'm just going to be 100. And not all Jamaican food is good either. I'm going to be 100 on that too.
How are we doing all of this without Black immigrants? Shake your hair if you got braided by Black immigrants.
I ain't never had my hair braided by a Black immigrant. Salute to Andrea. True indeed, my son, the only culture he knows is Black culture. Exactly. And the only culture he claims, exactly. Because he's proud of that culture. You see, this is why you have all these Pan-Africans try to make us ashamed of our culture, make us ashamed of being proud of being Americans, because they want us to be ashamed of who we are. They want us to start claiming other people's cultures, so they can then come and claim our culture and get what's our birthright. That belongs to us. Yeah, Nipsey's mom was FBA. She is FBA. Yeah, thank you. I'm not the only one. Jamaican patties are nasty as hell. All those patties, I don't give a damn. They're nasty to me. My brother, he loves them. I don't love them. I'm just looking at him every time when we had them together. The first time I had him, he bought his, I had mine. I'm sitting there eating. I'm like, nah, dog, this ain't it. He was like, well, shit, let me have yours. Here, take it. I'm nah. I'm good. Oh, they don't go down like how they did when you were younger. How'd they go down, bro? You gotta pause on that. I don't I don't know if I should do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
That was crazy.
For sure.
I don't even know what to say.
Let's continue, family.
We are part and parcel of this community. You cannot terrorize a fifth of this community, 20% of this community, and think that it's not black people's fight. You're deluding yourselves. You're bamboozled, you're hoodwinked, as our black immigrant brother, child of Sister Liz.
Well, salute to you, FBA Queen. Thank you for letting me know that. So when I ride out to Chicago, I'll know where to go to give some love. You said what? Chicago West Side Jamaican rider got jerk chicken. He's killing it. Chicago West Side Jerk Man Tacos. Another rider. That, hey, you know, I'm really, yeah, I might have to check out those Jerk Man Tacos. I ain't gonna lie. I do want to try some jerk tacos. I ain't gonna lie. Salute to you, family.
Louise, excuse me. Malcolm X taught us, right? What we see happening with enforcement right now is just the tip of the spear of what is going to be happening with everything. It is an expansion of the police state by surveillance. It is a normalization of disappearing and kidnapping. It is a normalization of sending people to prisons all over the world.
It's a normalization of disappearings and kidnappings. No, it's the normalization of getting folks gone that ain't supposed to be here. Nope. That's what that is.
It is a normalization of that is set up for us black people, regardless of citizenship. And so this is the time to stand together in solidarity and in self-interest.
So this is the time to stand together in solidarity and self-interest. The time to stand together wasn't when black folks was getting murdered in the streets and we was calling out the government for it. The time to stand together wasn't when black folks were sitting here calling out all the issues that's happening systemically within the justice system. It wasn't the time to stand together and come together when we were sitting here talking about all the hate crimes. No. It's time to come together and stand together for a bunch of people who broke into the country, burnt the flag, waved their flag, and pledged their allegiance to their country. That was the time to come together. Now it's the time to come together all of a sudden. No. The time to come together is when we was trying to work with them. And you know, Lulac said what? I do not want to ally with the Negro. The Negro's fight is not ours. Let him fight his own battles. That was the time to come together. Salute to our sister FBA Queen. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your contribution is blessed tenfold, family. Loving your YouTube channel. I appreciate you, family. I hope that I'm doing the best job that I can do and being the best representative. Family, a lot of the times when these coons and tethers come out saying these type of things, it infuriates me because it shows that either you just didn't give a damn or you're being paid. Either you didn't give a damn when it was happening to us or you're being paid to get out there and say the things you're saying now. That's facts. Let's go over here to this idiot, because this idiot here in this damn march, you'll see the idiot when we get to him, tried to make foundational Black Americans comparable to the illegal migrants in the most egregious way.
Protesters pushing back against ICE presence in Pasadena after a group of protesters pushing back against ICE presence in Pasadena after organizers say 4 people have been detained by agents. Fox 11's Laura Diaz joins us live now from Pasadena with the very latest on the situation going on right there. Laura.
Yes, Sandra, no official head count as to how many people participated in today's demonstration. It looked to me like there were a couple hundred. It was a peaceful demonstration, people of all races, and what we witnessed was actually a lot of chanting and walking and even some dancing. The mood was upbeat, but their message was serious.
I've been to 5 this week. I think the message is being heard loud and
Wait, family. So not only did they go back out there, but they went out there with some sense this time. Oh, they definitely got something together. They said they were dancing. It was peaceful. This is Fox, so you know it had to be. But notice what you're seeing now.
To fight this week. I think the message is.
You see, oh, hold on, family. Hold on.
The mood was upbeat, but their message was serious.
I've been to fight this.
This is what I want to
think the
know
message
right here. Boom. Now, you're not burning the American flag and waving the Mexico flag. You're now waving a united flag of United States and Mexico. Oh, you must have learned from that ass whooping. You must have learned from that ass whooping. Okay. All right. I see you. I see that ass whooping did great things for your psyche. Y'all peaceful? You're waving a partially right flag. You're not burning it this time. Yeah, I think that ass whooping has something to do with it.
Just being heard loud and clear.
You heard the music almost before you saw the crowd.
She said, I think the message is being heard loud and clear. The question that I pose is, whose message? The message you're sending to us or the message we're sending to you? Because that ass whooping got y'all pretty damn tamed this time around, ain't it? Good point. Good point, my sister, FBA Queen. Partially right is still all wrong. All wrong. Great point.
Marching its way down Pasadena streets this Saturday. 6 months ago, Pasadena attacked by fire. Now they say the threat is ICE, as in ICE raids on immigrant communities.
People are scared. They're in their homes, afraid to come out, afraid to go grocery shopping, afraid to pick up their kids from school. So why not be here and support them?
Joy is. Shout out to my sister Sharon Thomas for this. She said they need another ass whooping to get the whole flag. Get the whole damn American flag. Shout out to you, my sister. That is 100. We need to schedule that ass whooping so y'all can get it all the way right. That's amazing. I love that. Shout out to our family, Quasi Black Star. Salute. Thank you for your your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution, family. And you said it's too late to be civilized. You're absolutely correct. It's way too late to be civilized now. It's way too late. You already got consequences from the last actions that you guys did. You can't now try to say, let's be civilized so you can omit the consequence. No. The consequence got you in its crosshairs and it's coming at you at full speed. That ABK. All damn day. Salute to the FBAs. Also, salute to LaShawn Kitt. Thank you for being here, family. I appreciate you. Oh, yeah. This is the damn idiot right here that I was telling you guys about. And I want you to listen to what this moron tries to do.
It's a part of our peoples, even when we protest. We've got a joy that no one knows where it comes from, but it comes from the resilience of our people who built this country, brown and black people, and it's time for us to stand together.
I'm going to run that back. I'm going to run it back. I want to make sure y'all heard what he said clearly.
Why not be here and support them?
Joy is a part of our peoples, even when we protest. We've got a joy that no one knows where it comes from, but it comes from the resilience of our people who built this country, brown and black people, and it's time for us to stand together.
Send in the clowns.
Family, this man just sat here and talked about joy is a part of our people. It is. There is a spiritual essence in us that nobody else understands. That's fact. But then he tried to also connect that majority spirit, the spirit that we've gained over our ethnocide. Well, excuse me. We're not ethnocide. They're trying to ethnocide us. But through our ethnogenesis, he's trying to now give away to Mexicans. It's a part of our people and how we always fight and protest. Them folks ain't never fought in protest with us. For the people who built this country, the black and the brown didn't build this country. The Browns did not build this country. And he knew what the hell he was doing. And he knew what the hell he was trying to say. And he knew that somebody such as myself was going to call his ass out. Salute to my brother Reef. Thank you for being here, family. The fact of the matter is, they know what the hell's going on. But I'll play this clip for you again.
People know exactly what they're doing until they get exposed.
And that's exactly what's happening. The exposure. Why can't these people leave us out of their nonsense? Why can't these coons allow these folks to fight their own fight? You know why? It's because they're losing the fight, family. It's because they're losing the fight. Salute to Mark Curry. Thank you for being here, family. You know, when you're fighting, you're supposed to be getting the head up fade, but you start beating the dude's butt. One of his homeboys jump in because you whooping his ass. That's what we're seeing right here. The whole damn illegal invader class is getting a ass whoop left and right. And this coon ass dude want to sit here and jump into the fight instead of letting them get their paws put on them. If you let them get the paws put on them, maybe they'll have a whole American flag the next time. But no, you got to jump in and try to save everybody. You got to be the savior of the world. You got to be the savior of people who's never wanted to save you. So with that, family, you got these officials going out here, losing their damn minds, trying to do everything for these people that they can in order to keep their base. Because like I said, the Democrats, the only reason why they're trying to keep these illegals in the way that they are is because their numbers are added to the census. Whether they're citizens or not, their numbers are still added to the census. And with that, they gain more seats or they'll lose more seats when they lose people in the population. So the Democrats, they definitely don't want this to happen. They definitely don't want this to happen because they don't want us to be the whole of everything on their end. If they get rid of the illegals, guess what? Black folks got way more power than we had a year ago. Even though we had power a year ago, we implemented it, but we'll have much more power than a year ago when they lost. That's what they don't want. They don't want to be beholden to foundational Black Americans because they know we're the only ones that can get them into office. There's no other group on this land that can get any of them into office if they don't come to us hat in hand. And they know this. So they're trying in every manner that they can to protect these illegals. Let's go here.
State lawmakers want to force law enforcement officers to identify themselves while...
If your child has used...
Hold on, family. These bastards. These bastards. All right, here we go. I want you to see all the nonsense they've been doing since the Supreme Court. We haven't even gotten to the juicy yet. We've gotten past the starter pack with the Supreme Court, but the major ruling that just came down, we ain't even got there yet. But I want you to see the chicanery that they've trying to pull off after the Supreme Court agreed with Trump on the first two things.
Want to force law enforcement officers to identify themselves while on the job. New legislation comes after weeks of federal immigration raids, many involving agents wearing plain clothes and covering their faces. KTLA's Alina Bobian live now in Pasadena, where lawmakers are expected to speak about the new bill. Alina, good morning.
Jess, good morning. Well, we're right outside Pasadena City Hall here, and you're right. In many cases, some of these federal agents, they are showing up with masks on, they're in civilian clothing and in unmarked vehicles. So it's causing a lot of confusion with the public and mistrust. So the purpose of this press conference coming up at 10 this morning is to create some sort of transparency and to ensure that these officers, when they are arriving to take people into custody, that they are properly identifying themselves. Now, we will be hearing from a local politician this morning, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, representing Pasadena. The immigration raids in LA started earlier this month, sparking protests, outrage, confusion. Several agencies under the U.S. Department of Homeland Security have been involved in the operations. In some cases, it's Border Patrol agents. In other cases, it's ICE. And there's also been some fear of potential imposters posing as federal agents. After all, some of these federal agents involved with the raids are in unmarked vehicles without visible badges, wearing street clothes and covering their faces. According to DHS, their agents must wear vests that say ICE or ERO or Homeland Security on them, and their name and respective department is on either one or both sides of their vehicles. Now, that has not always been the case. As for the masks, they have them on essentially to protect their identity from gangs. Aside from today's press conference, there's also a bill being proposed which could make it a misdemeanor for local, state, or federal law enforcement officers to wear masks or any other personal disguise that would make it impossible for them to be identifiable. Now, back out here live, the city of Pasadena here also wants to create this dynamic so that there's transparency, so that the work is being done, but that it's being done correctly without stirring up any further confusion or fear. I'm Lena Brim reporting live here in the city of Pasadena. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Hey, okay, so now they want to require the ICE agents to identify, show their face, all this other stuff. That's one thing, family. Did y'all hear about the goddamn Latino official? I think she sits on the city council out there, who was sitting there calling for gang members to come out and protect these illegals. Yes. She was calling for gang members to come out and protect the illegals. Let's go here.
Cynthia Gonzalez, the vice mayor of Cudahy, has since deleted the video on social media telling gang members to defend their territory from ICE.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell joins us live with the latest on what the city of Cudahy and FBI are now saying. Josh?
Well, David and Michelle, people here in Cudahy, they tell me they are scared, tensions are high. So when a vice mayor sends a message that isn't aimed for her constituents, it's not aimed for ICE agents, but for the local gangs. Those we've spoken to say it's made the situation worse.
Whoever's the leadership over there, just your members in order.
A shocking message about the ICE raids posted on social media by an elected official, Cynthia Gonzalez, who serves as the vice mayor of the small city of Cudahy, which is located in southeast LA County. The message isn't for the federal government. It's for some of the most violent street gangs in Southern California.
I want to know where all the cholos are at in Los Angeles. 18th Street, Florencia. Don't be trying to claim no block, no nothing if you're not showing up right now, trying to help out.
The video, which is over 1 minute long, has since been taken down. The FBI can't confirm or deny an investigation into Gonzalez's words. But ABC 7 legal analyst Josh Ritter believes the vice mayor's call to action may have crossed the legal line.
When you're dealing with a political leader calling upon criminal street gangs to take action, that takes on a far more sinister meaning and perhaps even criminal meaning behind it. I mean, it is one thing to say, local people of the neighborhood, stand up for yourselves. It's another thing to actually call out the names of different criminal street gangs and ask them to protect their neighborhood.
In a statement, the city of Cudahy told ABC 7 that they're aware of recent comments made by Vice Mayor Cynthia Gonzalez on social media. The comments made by the...
Good damn point. Another good damn point. The same gang members who terrorized their people in the first place. Yeah. Man, I think she's talking about the same people, the very one and the same. I saw her. Big back Cynthia should be put into jail for that. Yeah, she should. She's inciting violence. ICE needs to put her in jail now. That's what she needs to. That's what they need to do. They need to put her in jail, not now, but right now. Yeah, I'm surprised too, especially with Pam Bondi up in there. I don't know. That might just happen even quicker. That might happen quicker. Let me go ahead and finish this
Vice
off.
Mayor reflect her personal views and do not represent the views or official position of the city of Cudahy.
Her talking about gang violence and bringing them to do, stuff like that, and I think it's horrible. We're already going through it as, ICE supporting people, and people are, are feeling it and sensitive about it, and then, saying that is just, it's kind of sad.
And we reached out to Gonzalez. We have not heard back. Just last month, UCLA hired Gonzalez as their new director of the Principal Leadership Institute. And 2 weeks ago, Gonzalez appeared with other LA County mayors alongside Mayor Bass at Los Angeles City Hall to discuss the ICE raids. Live in
Oh, next to Mayor Bass, another criminal right in our face. Right in our face. This is what they've been on, family. Ever since the first 2 rulings came down, oh, they was crashing out hard. Let's go here. You got the Alien Omar. Alien Omar got something to say. What you got to say, Alien Omar?
To be coming out of our country. I mean, I grew up in a dictatorship. And I don't even remember ever witnessing anything like that. To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries where the military are in our streets without any regard for people's constitutional rights.
The military's in the street and they have not done anything to anybody. The military is in the streets protecting government buildings and things like that. They have not even put their hands on any of the illegals or anything like that. That's ICE job. ICE has been out there handling the business. That's what's been going on. And yes, Mia Kim, it's alleged that she married her brother so that he can get citizenship. Allegedly. I make sure that they hear allegedly. That's what's been reported. She should be literally deported as well. Send her back to wherever aliens come from. And when I say aliens, I'm talking about extraterrestrial, because that's what the hell she looks like, a straight extraterrestrial Omar. Elliot.
While our president is spending millions of dollars propping himself up like a failed dictator with a military parade, it is really shocking, and it should be a wake-up call for all Americans to say this is not the country we were born in. This is not the country we believe in. This is not the country our founding fathers imagined.
You're right. This isn't the country the founding fathers imagined. You know, the country that the founding fathers imagined didn't have you here. And if it wasn't for foundational Black Americans fighting to open the immigration process to people such as yourself, you wouldn't be here. Mexicans wouldn't be here. Chinese wouldn't be here. Not in large numbers anyway. Whatsoever. So if you want to take it back to that, that is what they imagined. That's what they imagined, Alien Omar. They didn't even imagine their slaves would ever become citizens of the country, even though they used us as citizens in the country. And what do I mean by that? They were able to count the slaves, the number of slaves, the 2/3 agreement, and all that. All the damn counting of the slaves to say how much power they would have within Congress. So they can count us in order to give themselves power, but you think that we wasn't citizens then? Oh, we were citizens, but they didn't want us to know that we were citizens, and they didn't want to how do you say, oblige our citizenship. And that's what the whole 14th Amendment situation is about. But we're almost there. We're almost there. Let's let her finish.
And this is not the country that is supported by our Constitution, our ideals, our values. And we should all collectively be out in the streets rejecting what is taking place this week.
We? We.
Nah, we are doing exactly what we should be doing. Sitting back, sipping on my lemonade, popping the popcorn, getting the pizza ready. And we're just watching the show from the sidelines. That's what we are doing. And that's what we should be doing. Sorry for you. Not just that, family. These folks are out here trying their hardest to cape for these people so much. So much. They don't want these people getting deported. People have been so scared to go to work and all this other stuff. And now they're using that to try to now give them more. Oh, people are so afraid to go to work. They can't make any money to pay their bills. We need to put a rent moratorium together for them. Not for foundational Black Americans, not for people who've been in the country, who's of the country, who's born in the country and has citizenship in the country, who's been here since day one. You're not going to get no rent moratorium, no eviction moratorium. They didn't even want to put that out during COVID. They didn't even want to do it during COVID. But they're out here saying, since these people are out here about, they're so afraid to go to work because they don't know if ICE is going to come and snatch them and take them away and never see them again. And we need to give them an eviction moratoriums because they can't pay their rent. Salute to DJ Black 909. Thank you for being here, family. Let's go here.
Good evening. I'm Micah Allman. After weeks of immigration enforcement operations in Southern California, the Los Angeles Tenants Union is joining other labor and community leaders demanding ICE agents leave Los Angeles. The groups are calling
the Los Angeles Tenant Union. The Los Angeles Tenant Union. Where were these people when Black Americans was getting gentrified out of Los Angeles? Where? They got a tenants union, and these people didn't show up to talk about the high-ass rent prices and the rent increases and the rent hikes. But yeah, y'all can come out and speak up for illegals? Oh, no.
for an eviction moratorium because of the immigration enforcement. KTLA's Rachel Menatop with details from downtown L.A.
Hi, good evening. One of the tenants here today says people are scared to go to work, to go to school, to buy groceries, and it's nearly impossible to pay rent when family members are either detained or are in hiding.
What do we want? When do we want it?
The Los Angeles Tenants Union and members of SEIU 721 marching through the streets of downtown LA. Stopping by the federal building where National Guardsmen and Marines have been stationed amidst wide-scale immigration enforcement. For its part, ICE says its men and women are putting their lives on the line every day to arrest violent criminals and defend the lives of American citizens. Steve Gibson says the ongoing, oftentimes surprise activity is actually negatively impacting LA's workforce.
And if immigrants are afraid to go to work, they're afraid to go out in public, they're afraid to go to the stores, afraid to take their kids to school, then that's strangling the economy.
Fight! Then what does that mean? That means that those businesses better start paying the actual wage and start hiring actual citizens. What are you talking about? What are we talking about here? I'm supposed to feel bad for these people and then come out of my pocket because they're here illegally and they're on the run from ICE. They're fugitives. And now you're telling me to pay these fugitives rent with my tax dollars? When we got Skid Row full of foundational Black Americans who couldn't pay their rent, nobody gave them eviction moratoriums, excuse me. Ain't nobody said nothing. I ain't never even knew that LA had a tenants union. This is my first time ever seeing a LA tenant union. And I lived in LA up until I was, 15, 16 years old. I ain't never heard of no damn tenants union. At least not across Los Angeles. But all of a sudden now, y'all want to come out and call for free rent. You want the taxpayers to pay for the fugitives to live in a country they're not supposed to be in.
Fight, fight!
Housing is a human right. The LA Tenants Union now urging city.
Housing is a human right? They're not saying this for any citizens. They're out here saying housing is a human right for a bunch of illegals. Make it make sense. And if you can't make it make sense, it's full of shit. So full of shit is coming out of their pores, their eyes, their ears. It's oozing out of every orifice that they have on their body.
City Council pass emergency protections, including an eviction moratorium within the next week.
I am Kenia Alcocer. I am undocumented, and I refuse to go back to the shadows.
Hey, Tommy, you missed one. I'm going to need you to step up your game, Tommy. I'm going to need you to head on over there to Los Angeles, Tommy, and pick up this illegal Tommy who feels so emboldened that she's out here talking about she ain't going back to the shadows, Tommy. I'm going to need you to jump on your job, Tom.
This because many of Los Angeles's working class community will not be able to pay rent come July 1st. Last week, 7 city councilors joined legal forces to protect people from being racially profiled or unlawfully detained, a proposal that still has to make its rounds through City Hall.
This terrorizing of our communities have closed down businesses, have taken away street vendors, have separated families, and then people cannot pay their rent. They have barely the minimum to survive.
Nigga, please.
Street vendors, all illegal. Businesses hiring illegals. Separation of families. Okay. All of these things could be prevented. All of these things can be prevented. How, you say? Self-deportation. And then the businesses have time to find new people and pay them. Street vendors who are getting taken in, who are illegal, they got to go. So new street vendors will come along who are legal. Separating the families, no worries. Hey, you don't need to be separated. All of you go home. They can't pay their rent. Guess what? They're not supposed to be here in the first place. So guess what? Go back home and then worry about that there. Period. I don't know what you need to hear other than that. Because the truth of the matter is, for me,
fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
Be very clear about that.
Felipe Cáceres is a coordinator with SEIU.
Right now, we are in an emergency and a crisis that has been worse than COVID in our city. I mean, people being kidnapped.
Family, this dude just said this is a crisis worse than COVID. Did we hear that correctly? Did this tanto burrito eating torta looking person say that this situation is worse than COVID? This is what they're saying. This is what they're doing. This is how they're reacting. We're not even going to continue this. This man's out here telling blatant lies. Now, there are some policies that are being introduced that I do agree with. It's just not coming from the Democratic Party in that state. Let's go here.
Republican lawmakers in the state assembly have introduced a resolution aimed at repealing California.
One of the great challenges in this world.
God dang bastards. Right where you get too comfortable with it, huh? Let's try that again.
Republican lawmakers in the state assembly have introduced a resolution aimed at repealing California's sanctuary state laws, calling for an immediate end to policies that they say obstruct lawful immigration enforcement.
The resolution was introduced by Assembly Republican leader James Gallagher and Bakersfield Assemblyman Stan Ellis. Assemblyman Ellis joins us now with more. Thank you for being with us, sir. First, explain the resolution. What do you hope to accomplish? And talk about the timing.
Well, the purpose of the resolution is to basically shine light on the reasons we saw destruction and chaos in the streets and enforcement in LA. I'd like to bring it to the fact that we originally, what happened in LA started with ICE serving criminal warrants for really serious felonies, including cartel activity. So the resolution simply wants to bring light to the fact that it makes it difficult for the federal government and the state and local to coordinate efforts.
So in the aftermath of the anti-ICE protests, James Gallagher says that Governor Newsom's sanctuary state agenda has made it harder to enforce the law and easier for mobs to take over our streets. What's your take? And are you looking for a full repeal or maybe just a scaling back?
Well, I think we should have a full repeal. Frankly, these sanctuary cities are inhibiting our law enforcement to coordinate. And when you don't have law, you're going to have chaos. It's just real simple. My family came from immigrants to this country. We respect this country. We don't throw rocks at police. We never threw bottles at police. This is about law enforcement being able to do its job, and we're being inhibited by this governor through SB 54.
The Democrats, of course, have a supermajority in the state legislature. They say this is about dignity and respect for all human beings and that the sanctuary policies shield hardworking, undocumented people who came here for a better life. Your response, and a moment ago you said shining light on it, do you think there's any real chance it makes it through the legislature?
I don't know if it is, but at least we're bringing light to the fact that frankly, there's 7.5 million illegal immigrants right here going through the process right now. I feel that all illegal immigrants should go through the process, and we should have the right to not obstruct our local and state law enforcement officers to do their job. At the end of the day, we have to get rid of SB 54.
Let's move away from the sanctuary policies. What has been your take on federal ICE actions? The Trump administration has now essentially set a 3,000 a day quota. What do you make of that approach? Do you think that it's too much?
No, I don't. I think he's right on. The millions have come in over the last several years under the Biden administration. And the good news is ICE is targeting the worst. They're not targeting the good. There's a lot of the news. Some of the news media would like you to believe that it's aimed at some of the good citizens. There may be a few that have been casualties, but I'm telling you, the majority are targeted by ICE as misfits, and they need to go back.
You've only been in office since March. Previously, you worked in quantum physics, energy, and farming. In fact, you grew up on a hog farm in South Dakota. As we debate immigration action targeting the farm worker community, you bring a unique perspective.
Well, I am a farmer, and my employees were immigrants, and they are legal. And as an employer in the state of California, we have to make sure that anybody that we employ is legal. So we make sure that they went through the process and they are legal. And that's the way we should handle our business. Illegal is illegal, and that's just the way it is.
All right, State Assembly Member Stan Ellis, thank you so much for your time tonight. We appreciate your insight.
Illegal is illegal. That's what it is. And that's how we got to move, because people are given a blind eye if you broke into the country. Imagine that. Not only are you a criminal because you broke the first crime that you broke, or the first law that you broke, excuse me, is you breaking into the country. And then you break into a country, and then that country knows that you've broke into the country, know that you're illegal, but then campaigns to allow you to do other illegal things and just overlook it to make sure you don't get deported. Imagine that. Well, you don't have to imagine it, because we saw it for 4 years under Joe Biden. We didn't even see this under goddamn Barry O. We didn't see it under a Barack. We saw it under Biden. But family, they're so upset at us because we been out here speaking up, telling people not to take their ass out there, let them handle their own candle, all that other stuff. They've been so damn upset, but we've been showing them that we don't care. So now they're trying to act like they don't care. And so we've been saying even harder, okay, and we don't care more. Let's go here, family. Now, the caption says, "Dear Black community." I wonder what she has to say.
To my fellow Black folks, we don't care. We don't care if you don't think this is a fight. We don't care if you think you was right all along. We don't care about nothing. If you got nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. Simple as that. Stop trying to act like middle school trying to prove a point so bad. Stop trying to get on here and trying to convince other people that this is not their fight just because you feel a different type of way. If you feel like you're going to mind your business about this protest, you should also mind your business about who the hell is going. That's it. Simple as that. We need to shut down the narrative that Latinos and Hispanic community was not there for y'all. I've seen a lot of people there at the George Floyd protest. I've seen a lot of people there at the Black Lives Matter protest. Please get it together. I need y'all to understand that we are all a minority together. We're not saying that what you went through was not worse, but this is not a competition right now. I also need y'all to remember that there's a lot of Hispanic and Latinos that...
Wrong! It's always a competition because you always make it a competition. If it wasn't a competition, y'all would have been out there stomping with us. You said that you saw George Floyd. Okay, you saw a lot of people stomping for George Floyd. When was George Floyd? That was during the time of COVID, where nobody could come outside. And everybody decided to come outside when they saw Black Americans out there stopping for George Floyd. What the hell are you talking about? You have never been there, and nor did we ask any of you to be there. We didn't turn around and say, where are all the Hispanics? Where are all the Latinos? While we was out there handling our business, we was just out there handling it. And even if you did, like our family LaShawn says, Janet said it best, what have you done for me lately? This whole video is a disrespect. You don't care. You don't care. You don't care. So you shouldn't care that we're not there. You shouldn't care what the narrative actually is rather than what you're trying to say it is. Right?
also went through slavery and went through the same oppression that you guys did.
Y'all didn't go through slavery and you didn't go through the same oppression at us. You're fixing your mouth just to tell tacky ass lies. You didn't even dress up the lie. It was just an ugly lie that you sent out. At least dress up the lie, put some makeup on it, throw a wig on it, I guess, but make the lie pretty. I guess that's a no for you too, right?
Okay? Yeah. And to the black folks that are talking about, oh, that's the law. Y'all came here legally. Da, da, da. If y'all really want to be ignorant, so was slavery. Slavery was a law. That still didn't make it right. What do you...
Slavery was the law. That don't make it right. Let me tell you something. We fought against that law as citizens of this country and won. We didn't come from some other damn country fighting to break a law of that country. We broke an unjust law. We broke an unjust law. Well, we didn't break it. But technically, we were breaking the law when we were unaliving the slave plantation owners and leading other people into freedom and making sure that freedom would come. Yeah, that was illegal at the time, but guess what? We was breaking the law in order to save our lives. We wasn't breaking the law in order to just live comfortably in someone else's land. Slavery was illegal. And none of you came over here to do anything about that, did you? None of you came over here to do anything about that, did you? But you want to talk legality.
What are you talking about? Like what? If y'all want to get on here talking about, oh, y'all should have been at them polls, y'all should have been this and this and that and third, y'all should have been together more as a community, we wouldn't be here. I promise you, mass deportation still would have been a thing. And I want you to remember that 62% of Hispanics and the Latino community voted for Kamala. What are you talking about? And also, use your common sense and your brain.
Remember, I told you these people's trying to make it seem like this is all about Kamala. We're not supporting people because they didn't support Kamala. This is the lazy ass lies that they're going around telling. 62% of the Latinos supported Kamala. So fucking what? We don't care nothing about that. We don't care nothing about that. Now, the disrespect, the lies, all the shenanigans, oh yeah, that's what we care more about. That's it. Salute LaShawn Kent for that. We're supporting the babies of slaves. That's it. And that's all.
You useless dweebs. Be for real. How are undocumented people going to vote? How? Also, you got to remember.
How are undocumented people are going to vote? Easy. Because there has been instances where they found undocumented people voting because they either had an identification card or they used somebody else's name. Or you had a city council like New York pass an ordinance saying that they could vote in state and local elections. And I know this woman is from New York. I know for a fact this bean burrito eating, goddamn bonnet, crooked bonnet wearing person knows this because she's in New York.
Remember, they're only coming for a certain type of community. Understand that. That's the problem. They're only ripping certain families apart. They're attacking a certain community, and that's the problem.
They've been attacking a certain community, the black community, and that's never been a problem. They've been separating families, black families. That's never been a problem. Oh, it's only a problem because they're now turning those crosshairs at you guys. Now there's a problem. You can watch it happen to foundational black Americans all damn day. It was never a problem. But when now the crosshairs are pointed at you, now your hand goes up and it becomes a problem. Interesting.
Not even that. It's also the fact that they're not going through the proper channels. Y'all need to remember that. Coming here.
See, what I say, these people don't know anything about the law. They're not going through the proper channels. Yes, they are going through the proper channels. They didn't go to court. They got order of removal put on them. ICE is going out there and getting them and removing them. Simple and plain. And you know why a lot of these folks don't go to court? Because they don't feel they'll need to. They'll feel like the Democrats will protect them. They feel like that they don't have to worry about any type of issues such as deportation because they won't catch them. Well, I tell you, family, they hired Ash Katchum, and Ash is out there in his ice vest looking like an ice man with the cold Pokeball. And he's catching brown pokies. He's catching Nabisco pokies. He's catching the Matumbo pokey. Gotta catch them all. Invaders. Hold up. Let me remove that. There we go.
Civil rights crime. It's kind of like jaywalking. Why is not peaceful? Coming here legally is not even a real crime. It's like a civil rights crime.
Coming here illegally is a crime. See how these people contradict themselves? Coming here illegally is not a crime. It's a civil rights crime. That makes no sense. What she meant to say was civil crime. But a crime is a crime nonetheless. The first time is a civil crime. The next time after that is federal.
Y'all need to remember that. Coming here legally is not even a real crime. It's like a civil rights crime. It's kind of like jaywalking. Why is not these white folks all in jail? Let's be for real. Exactly my point. There's literally white immigrants. What happened to the Italians? What happened to the Swedish? What happened to the Irish? What happened to all of that? What happened to the Russian?
Well, I don't know about all them, but we just saw earlier today that the Danish clearly is getting deported. So I'm just gonna tell you like that.
What happened to all them people? I don't see that happening to them. What? And you also need to remember that a lot of our communities is mixed. We're all as one. What happened to the Afro-Latinos? What happened to the Black Hispanics, Black Latinos? What happened to that?
Oh, you mean the same people that kept on saying me no black, me Puerto Rican, me no simple? You mean those people? You mean those same people who've been trying to steal and lie about our heritage, culture, and our creations to say that they were included in them? You mean those people? Or is it the people that's been calling us criminals for years and didn't have a problem with the police doing to us what they see being done to their people? Are you talking about those people? Okay.
Like what? Believe it or not, we're closer than you think. Like what? This is what they want. They want us to be pitted against each other. That whole narrative that, oh, the Hispanics only want shots at the protest so they could get violent, this and the third. Who said that?
Who are they? This is what they want. No. This is what we want. We voted for this. And me, I voted for it indirectly by voting for the couch. And many of us did. But this is what many people voted for. So who are they? This is what they want. Who are they? Why wasn't you speaking about they when we were trying to unite with you? Why wasn't you speaking about they when we were sitting there helping each and every one of you in our communities, only for you to turn around and talk stuff about us, our music, our culture, and everything else? Who are they? That's what I would like to know. Would the they be you and your people? Who, when they had the opportunity, they said, hell no, we won't go. When it came down to standing with Black Americans, that was your people, right? Or is that the they you were talking about?
Please let me know who said that to y'all. Because what are you talking about? That is an outright lie. And if you don't feel comfortable protesting, right, you could do it from your house. You could speak up from your house. You know what I'm saying? It's not fine to get on the internet and start attacking people for going. And not even just attacking them, but trying to convince them not to go or not trying to do what they feel is right. That's weird. That's the problem.
Oh, you mean reminding people of common sense? You're saying we shouldn't be reminding people of something they should be reminding themselves. We shouldn't be reminding people how people spoke about us, how they act towards us, and how they've been targeting us and allowing us to get that same type of treatment. You mean that? Salute to my sister Mia Kim. She says her body looks like it smells like taco and a month-old goat cheese. Oh, that's a smell that follows you. You could take off that bonnet and it'll still be there. Oh God, not the goat cheese. A month old. That means it's strong. Goat cheese is already strong, but damn, a month? Old boot smell. Old boot smelling ass head. Let's go.
Also need you guys to remember that there's a lot of black immigrants. Simple as that. I'm talking about like straight up black, like not mixed, because I feel like when somebody is mixed, they're not black enough anymore.
Family, these people think that being black immigrant is the problem. These people don't understand that the immigrant part of the black immigrant is the problem. There's black immigrants, and I'm talking fully black. And since y'all think that it's a problem to be mixed, who said any of that? None of that matters. It's the illegal immigrant part. I don't care if you're a black illegal immigrant, a white illegal immigrant, a Hispanic illegal immigrant, a Puerto Rican illegal immigrant. Well, Puerto Rico is a part of America, but if it wasn't, I wouldn't care what illegal immigrant it is. Deport them all and arrest the people that incentivize them coming into this country. That is my stance on it, and it's many of our stances. It don't matter how black you are. You could be black on both sides of your family and still be an immigrant here illegally, and I'm going to say get his ass out of here too. This isn't just about black. See, this is the problem that we've caused for ourselves by saying that we stand for black people, because they didn't took it to mean that no matter what they do, we're going to stand with black people. No. This is a lineage conversation, baby. And you don't have the lineage for protection. Paul Mooney used to say the complexion for the protection. You don't have the lineage for the protection. I don't care about the complexion. That's what it is. You don't have the lineage for protection. I care not about your complexion. Salute to Wild Williams. Thank you for being here, family.
You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about straight up black, like from the motherland. And I'm telling you, because I work in those facilities, there's a lot more than what you think. Like, I'm talking about a lot. This whole narrative that is only the Hispanics, aka the Mexicans, and like, you know, the Latinos and stuff like that, it's cap. It's a lie. Yeah, it is. Not just that, it's other communities as well. There's Indians, there's Hindus, there's Arabics, there's all types, like literally, like, it's the fact that they're only coming for one community, and it's weird. It's weird. And they're abusing their power and their authority.
As she said, it's all kinds of people. It's all kind of people. Our brother Ash out there on his job, he's taking it serious. So they can't just say, it's only Hispanics are coming at the one group of people, like she just said right now. See, she make a statement, and in the very next statement she makes, she contradicts it. This is what all of them do. They make statements and then turn around and right after they make that statement, contradict that very last statement that they made. Let's continue.
Again, not going through the proper channels. Like, these are people that can't even speak the proper language to defend themselves. Simple as that. Like, what?
But so you're defending people who can't speak the proper language to defend themselves, but those very same people who couldn't speak the proper language should be in the country when there's laws and all this other stuff that they should know before coming into this country? Because you need to know the laws in order to defend yourself against the laws. So you're telling me people don't speak the language to defend themselves, but yet they can't defend themselves even if they stay here because they can't read English. They don't know the law and they can't speak up for themselves if something happens. So what the hell are you talking about? But these are the people that's forcing our hands. And forcing our hands, they had. One of our elders was at a hearing, and one of the city councils, Gabriela Romero, was sitting there. One of our elders came out and told her the truth of the matter, how we really feel about these people. Let's go here.
Trump has the right to order truth. This is nothing new. Palestinians, fake Jews, Mexicans, Chinese are selfish and are cowards, refusing to fight their own battle. They want us to fight. You go back over to your country. Dearborn Heights, Southfield, Mexican Town, Hamtramck, Chinatown. Trump's destination should be these communities, not Detroit. Don't hide behind us. It's your problem, you fight it. Get them, Trump.
Period, point, and black salute to that sister. She called them out by name. Palestinians, fake Jews, a goddamn Chinese, Japanese, whatever. She called them all out and said they're cowards. They do not want to go and fight their own fight. They want us to go and fight their fight for us. Go home. Get them, Trump. Exactly. I second that. Do I have a third in the chat? If we have a third in the chat, we're going to make this unanimous. I concur with her sentiments. I'm going to play it again.
Trump has the right to order truth. This is nothing new. Palestinians, fake Jews, Mexicans, Chinese are selfish and are cowards, refusing to fight their own battle. They want us to fight. You go back over to your country. Dearborn Heights, Southfield, Mexican Town, Hamtramck, Chinatown. Trump's destination should be these communities, not Detroit. Don't hide behind us. It's your problem, you fight it. Get them, Trump.
The motion has a second. It also has a third. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, family and friends, boys and girls, children of all ages, we shall be passing the motion. Take your asses home. We ain't here to fight for you. Any of you. At all. Salute to our sister Aquarius, minded, no lies detected. God dang it. Somebody go give that woman a big ass hug for me. Kiss her on the cheek and don't squeeze her tight because, I don't want nothing to snap. But give her a big ass hug for me. These folks want us to cry about everything they're going through while they look at us with no emotion while we go through what we go through in a country that we built, in a country that's ours, in a country that we're the foundation of. And then they want to sit here and try to say, well, your country has destabilized my country. And so let me get this straight. Let me put these ducks in a row. You're telling me that my country destabilized your country, and instead of sitting in your country and fighting to remove whatever political pawn has been put over your country, fighting to preserve your country, for your children and their children and their children's children, instead of doing that, you decide to move to the country that destabilized your country and then pledge allegiance to that flag. Well, if you do it the right way, you'll pledge allegiance to the flag. But you move to the country that literally has destabilized your country, so you don't have no family back home? You don't have anything back home to fight for, is what you're telling me. You do got something back home to fight for, and I can tell you what it is. It's called your damn land. Now, just as I say, I'm not in support of you guys coming to America illegally. I'm not in support of anybody leaving their home country for the country that's destabilized or destroyed their country. That makes you a coward in my eyes. That makes you a coward in my eyes. You don't want to fight for your country, but you're damn sure willing to move to the country that messed up your country? Oh, that's a coward's move. And less are we caring about these people and their cowardice moves. Let me get over to this sister here.
It's not my fault that your country sucks. It's not my fault that you would rather put up a charade on social media, pretending like your country was so fantastic with the rich history and the people and the food and the culture. Because if your country were that fantastic, you would not be filming that content from this country. You would be filming that content from your country because you would have never left your country. We all know that your country is not as great as you portray it to be. It is not something that any American citizen should envy. It is nothing compared to the United States. We all know it. So let's stop with this charade. Second of all, nobody owes you citizenship. No matter how deplorable your country is, nobody owes you citizenship in the United States of America. I'm not sure what happened over the last few years, where a lot of people think that they are entitled to be a part of the United States of America.
Hula gang, focus, my brother, focus.
Entitled to come here, thinking that if you don't have the means to come here, the United States is obligated to accept you. The United States is not a charity that just opens its arms and accepts everybody from all over the world. If you want to come to this country, I don't care who you are, I don't care where you are coming from, you need to take a number and get in line. And if you cannot do that, that is too bad.
The invasion is over and the borders is closed. ICE is out here doing their job, man. They done backdoored the Explorer. Man, they done deported Speedy Gonzalez. They done got Carmen Sandiego. I even heard they caught Matumbo trying to jump over the fence. And I fully support it, because what you not going to do is sneak into the country and then you settle into black neighborhoods and start undercutting black Americans like we are the help. It was our ancestors that built this country from scratch under constant terrorism. We are not the same. We're not sharing our reparations, our legacy, or our position. Delineation means drawing the line between the creators and the clout chasers, between the foundation and the freeloaders. Shout out to all the certified Black First Writers. Salute to you, because you already know the play. But for the slow learners, still trying to Google what delineation means, it means if you're not from us, you're not with us. Simple as that. Tom Homan and ICE is taking care of the outside, we taking care of the inside. And everybody, immigrants, fakers, and even out-of-pocket FBAs is getting some straightening. See, the movement ain't coming. It's here. Live, active, gassed up, and fully enforced. And like the ancestor, Dr. John Henry Clark said, Black people don't owe anybody anything but an ass whooping.
Salute and shout out to our good brother Cool Keezy. Said all that needed to be stated right there, family. Dora the Explorer got picked up. You got Lucy Lou getting it. Ash is out there tossing Pokeballs everywhere he can. And I'm all for it. Salute to Archie Thomas. Thank you for being here, family. Also, salute to the Big Black God. Thank you, family, for the Cash App donation. I appreciate your contribution, and your donation is blessed tenfold. So, yeah, salute to our brother Cool Keezy for putting it so elegant, so sweet. But now, family, we didn't got to the meat and the potatoes. It's time to talk about the birthright citizenship situation that came down just a few days ago. Family, before the decision came down, the day before, this video hit the web. Let's go here, family. Let me pull you down.
I don't want to be that person, but with the Supreme Court ruling on birthright citizenship tomorrow, I just want anyone who either voted for Trump, considers themselves MAGA, is a Republican, or just knows a lot about the Supreme Court case to give me some reassurance, any reassurance at all, that Trump isn't going to try to backlog on birthright citizenship.
All right. So I'm not sure if this is going to be too reassuring for you, because you sound like a tether. I just need someone to reassure me that Trump isn't going to backlog on birthright citizenship. See, if you were not a tether, if you were a foundational Black American, you wouldn't be worried about birthright citizenship whatsoever. But just to answer her question, let's do this right now. Let's do this now. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. Let's just go ahead and put all the fears to bed. By the authority vested in me as a president of the president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. Section 1, purpose. The privilege of the United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. The 14th Amendment states, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That means a citizen. Because who else are subject to the laws of the land? Are citizens of the United States and of the states wherein they reside. That provision rightly repudiated, the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of the United States shameful decision in Dred Scott v. Sanford, 60 U.S. 19 H. Howe, 393, 1957, which interpreted the Constitution as a permanently excluding people of African descent. I don't know why Trump threw in the people of African descent, because that right there might be a little situation, from eligibility for United States citizenship solely based on their race. We're going to jump down here to the policy itself. Section 2, policy. It is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States government shall issue documents recognizing United States citizenship or accepting documents issued by state, local, or other governments or authorities purporting to recognize United States citizenship to persons. Number one, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the person's father was not a United States citizen or permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Or number two, when that person's mother or person's mothers presence in the United States was presence in the United States was lawful but temporary, and the person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Subsection of this section shall apply only to persons who are born within the United States after 30 days from the date of this order. So Trump isn't even going back 5, 10 years, 20 years, or anything like that. This takes effect 30 days from the date that the executive order was written and signed. Salute the bad. Thank you very much. FBAs did not fall for the scare tactics. That's that Majora spirit. Exactly. That's why I'm reading this right here. What they're looking to do. While they out here talking about he's getting rid of birthright citizenship. No, he's getting rid of it for you. I'll be fine. My children will be fine. My family and friends, they're fine. It's just any future births to non-citizens on this land will not be, and I say that one more time, will not be known as citizens of the United States. And that's good. In the words of Jason Black. Nothing in this order shall be construed to affect the entitlement of other individuals. Let me read that one more time. Nothing in this order shall be construed to affect the entitlement of other individuals, including children of lawful permanent residents, to obtain documents of their United States citizenship. That's really all I need to read. That's really all I need to read. Then they give some definitions. As used in this order, mother means the immediate female biological pregnator. Father means the immediate male biological pregnator. I know it says progenitor. I'm just saying pregnator because, males pregnate women. That's just how it works. But anyway, General provision. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to the executive departments or agencies or the head thereof. The functions of the director of the Office of Management and Budget relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. This order shall be implemented consistent with applicable laws and subject to availability of appropriation. That's what we have right here, family. So it might not have scared too many people in the foundation. It might not have scared too many people within foundational Black American culture. Oh, but that definitely, I'm pretty sure that scares all of you who are not connected to foundational Black Americans. That's it. That's all. Because as it says here, and I'm just going to put this up for one more time. Let me go ahead and pull this out here. Nothing in this order shall be construed to affect the entitlement of other individuals, including children of lawful permanent residents, to obtain documents of their United States citizenship. So the beep Roland Martins out there talking about you goddamn fools. I told y'all this was going to happen, and now they're going to attack all your laws. They're going to attack all your rights. This is your rights getting taken away from you. No, it's not. You big bowling ball looking piece of trash. Well, actually, bowling pin is actually more correct. You big bowling pin looking piece of trash. So that's that. But now let's get into the birthright citizenship.
The decision that the entire country was waiting for. The Supreme Court ruled on universal injunctions. Joining me this morning to break it all down, David Cole, a constitutional law attorney. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So as we talked about before, this started out with birthright citizenship. Then local or district judges, federal district judges, put a stop to that, put an injunction in place. So the question is, did they exceed their power?
Exactly. The Supreme Court said, look, here's the question. And it says expressly, the question of the birthright citizenship order and whether it's valid, not before us. The question here is whether the district court, trial court, could grant an order about just the people who challenged the law, so it couldn't apply to those people, or whether it could draft a broader order that applied to the entire United States government, its entire immigration operation. And it said, no go on the second. All the court could do here, acceptably under the laws that govern the court system, is to grant an order about the people immediately in front of it. It couldn't grant a broader order. Now, while the merits of birthright citizenship aren't in front of the court, they say, obviously this has a very significant effect on the administration's ability to implement that order, because instead of one lawsuit, now you got a whole bunch of proceedings that are going to be going on.
Okay, so this is kind of referred to as lawfare. I mean, both parties have done it, but certainly the Democratic Party has done it more vehemently here in the last several months. Does it put an end to that, or are there ways around it?
The court pretty much says we're putting an end to it. In the introduction, it describes how this practice of nationwide injunctions started and kind of grew and grew and grew. And it pointed out towards the end of the Biden administration, I mean, and it's true, you remember that. You couldn't pass a law without somebody enjoining it somewhere. And so President Trump takes office, he's very active, he signs a lot of orders, and boom, 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 we have injunctions everywhere. And court expressed some frustration with that and said, this is a little bit too much court. We're supposed to have elected representatives putting their laws in place, and then courts kind of interpreting disputes about those, but not every law automatically runs to Congress all the time. So they attempted, at least in the way they wrote it, to be bipartisan about it and say this has affected both Democratic and Republican administrations lately. The issue at hand is obviously one that's significant to the Republican administration.
And I don't know if you can expand on it. Justice Sotomayor filed a dissenting opinion joined by Justices Kagan and Jackson. What did that say?
Well, it talked about a couple of things, but the point of the majority opinion was this court is really into history. We go back in time, we look at what were people thinking about when they drafted the Constitution, when they drafted the Judiciary Act that put the federal courts in place. And the majority says there wasn't anything like this back then. This is a modern invention, and we can't go around reinventing our Constitution, or we don't really have a Constitution. The dissent says, oh, come on. I mean, the society's gotten a lot more complicated. The kinds of laws that get passed are not the sorts of things that the courts were worried about back then. We need to evolve with the times in the way our court system operates. A majority of the court prefers to look back to history and what they would call an originalist approach to interpreting the Constitution and the basic laws that implement it.
Well, and you mentioned the district court, federal district court judges that ruled against the Biden administration too. So you have to think that when Trump leaves office, this would, I guess, maybe in some ways even benefit Democrats down the road.
Well, yeah, you can look back in time. An interesting thought experiment. No one's had a chance to do this yet, but let's consider the mifepristone litigation, the abortion medication litigation. It's been going on in the Amarillo division of our Northern District of Texas. There's been a lot of dispute there about whether the one judge that sits there can effectively set national abortion policy. Well, that's going to be relevant to that case. What about the challenge to Roe versus Wade a few years ago? That was an effort to stop enforcement of that law. Is that something we have to go back and rethink now, that kind of challenge? So there's a lot of extra work that's going to, a lot of thinking is going to have to be done to fully implement this. But the big picture has been laid out. We're not going to have any more of these one-shot nationwide injunctions either side of the aisle, Republican or Democrat.
Okay, we are still waiting for that decision on the Texas law that's aimed at blocking kids from accessing online pornography. We're hoping to get maybe a decision, and if we can, an assessment from you as well, hopefully later in the newscast, David. Always appreciate your time and your vast knowledge on this. Thank you
very much. I appreciate it.
So basically what happened, family, was not, well, the courts was not ruling on birthright citizenship. What they were ruling on was the injunctions. And since they're no longer, these liberal judges are no longer able to put nationwide stops or injunctions on certain things, especially what the different policies Trump is introducing, the different executive orders that he's signing. All those things are basically what he's saying is basically all those things are now free game. So Trump can move on all the things that he signed and basically the things that the liberals are fighting against. However, the caveat is this: it doesn't apply in the states to where they're being challenged. So basically what we're going to have is Democratic cities allowing these people to get citizenship. But when you go to a different state, if it's a state that does not agree with those liberal cities, whether a Republican or not, you won't be a citizen. And so your movement is going to be very, very restricted, to say the least, when it comes to this situation with birthright citizenship. But a lot of these folks are online, you know, Chicken Little. The sky is falling again. It's falling again ever since birthright citizenship got taken away in their eyes. They didn't read what I read. I just read it to you exactly what birthright citizenship actually is, or what is going to be moving forward, which is the same thing it was supposed to be. So it's not that he's reinterpreting the law or changing the law at all. What he's doing is clarifying the law with this executive order. But let these folks tell it. He's changing the laws. He's changing the Constitution. He's doing all these things that is unconstitutional.
Let me make one thing real clear. This ain't about injunctions. This is about erasing the 14th Amendment with a smile. We thought the courts were supposed to be the last line of defense, the place where
erasing the 14th Amendment with a smile. Family, did what we just read right here say anything about removing birthright citizenship at all? The only people that's getting the birthright citizenship removed is the illegal people who don't have a parent in the country who's a citizen. Oh, isn't that kind of like FBAs? To be an FBA, you got to have one parent that's an FBA. I mean, it's the same thing here. To be a citizen, you got to have a parent who's a citizen. This is common sense laws.
it's tall even when presidents go rogue. But on Friday, in a 6-3 decision straight down party lines, the Supreme Court told us, nah, we good. They let Trump sneak his foot in the door to cancel birthright citizenship. And they dressed it up in legal jargon about equity and injunctions. Oh, but don't get distracted. The real target was always your rights, especially if you was born with brown skin, immigrant parents.
If you were born with brown skin and immigrant parents. He just told you exactly what it's about right now for him. He was born with brown skin and immigrant parents. Because foundational Black Americans don't care. That's just what it is. But let them tell on themselves.
Our ancestors who came here in chains rather than visas. For a second, it looked like the lower courts.
You see how he tried to tie foundational Black Americans up in this nonsense? If you're born brown with immigrant parents, if you came here in chains, these are not the same two things. Why are you bringing up the people who were brought in chains when Trump clearly said that the 14th Amendment was for the people who were enslaved? So you're trying to tie your brown skin and immigrant parents to the people who were enslaved. It's a no for me, dog.
This might hold the line, right? 3 federal judges had already slapped Trump's executive orders down with nationwide injunctions, telling him loud and clear, you can't just rewrite the Constitution because you feel like it. Immigrant
3 federal judges that didn't have jurisdiction over the case. That's basically what the Supreme Court just explained to these lower courts. You don't have the jurisdiction. You don't have the jurisdiction as a district federal judge to stop the president of the United States from implementing a policy nationwide. That is not your jurisdiction. Stick to your jurisdiction. That's what was told to these lower courts. So by you saying federal judges, these federal judges, 3 federal judges too many, because they should not have been ruling on something that wasn't in their jurisdiction. And these people can say, well, Biden has done it, Trump has done it. Don't matter. All of these lower courts were wrong, no matter who's doing it, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans. Both sides were in the wrong because those judges didn't have jurisdiction. And just because the Supreme Court is saying it now, you can go back and look at a lot of those cases where those situations were paused or put on hold or whatever the situation may have you, and they might be overturned too, regardless of which president was in office. But the difference with Trump being in office now, anything that probably would have gone through or has been nullified, he can re-nullify it with another executive order. But the point of all of this is to say these courts didn't have jurisdiction, and they want you to believe that they do.
groups were celebrating. 22 states stood up in court. Even the appellate courts said, let this play out. Then SCOTUS slid in like a repo man in the night. Instead of ruling on whether Trump's executive order was flat out unconstitutional, which it was, they sidestepped it and went for the technical foul. Universal injunctions go too far. God damn it.
He mad, ain't he, family? He mad as hell.
Basically, the court said that judges can't stop Trump's policies for everyone, only the people who specifically sued. So now we're playing legal whack-a-mole across 50 states while Trump rushes to implement a policy that directly contradicts 150 years of law. So what's at stake, right? Everything. Let me break this down.
Family, this is not the first time the courts have made that decision. I can name you a damn good time the courts made that decision. When Dr. Claude Anderson was suing the federal government for reparations for foundational Black Americans, the courts told him he cannot represent all of the foundational Black Americans in the United States. So this isn't the first time that a court has said this is too wide of a reach. You all going to have to bring your own cases in different states and things like that. They said it about our reparations, damn it. And salute to Dr. Claude Anderson for being on the front lines, paying his own damn money in order to fight these cases, to go to court to fight for reparations. So you can miss me with your nonsense, sir.
I'm plain and simple. Trump's executive order says, if your parents weren't here legally, or maybe they were here legally, but temporarily, you don't deserve citizenship. Are you serious? The 14th Amendment.
Serious. Absolutely serious. The way every other country does it. If you're here and you're a citizen and you have a baby, your baby's a citizen. But if I fly over to the UK and have a baby in the UK, they may give me free health care, but they're going to deport my ass right after. Exactly, FBA Queen. The 14th Amendment was bastardized. SCOTUS clarified it. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. All of them shook in their little tether boots. Well, they don't have boots there. In their little tether sandals. They're shaking the lace out of their tether sandals. Yes, Dr. Claude Anderson is a real one. Salute to him. And salute to him for putting in all the work, because he's the father of the delineation movement. Salute to him. Let's continue.
That was passed after the Civil War to make sure that black folks were considered full human beings. Says all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens. It don't say except for immigrants. It don't say only if your parents have papers.
Notice how they never read the part of the and subject. Hold on, let's pull it back.
Immigrants,
because he shows it. Notice he stops when it says anybody born in the United States are citizens. This doesn't even have the full. Hold on, this doesn't even have the full damn text there.
Full human being says.
There it is. It does. And subject to its jurisdiction. None of these people are subject to the United States jurisdiction because they're citizens of another damn country. And that's why when if an immigrant, a illegal immigrant commit a crime, we don't hold them in our jails. We deport them because they're not subject to our jurisdiction. That's how it's supposed to go.
States are citizens. It don't say except for immigrants. It don't say only if your parents have papers. It says all persons. A phrase so fucking inclusive. It slapped the face of Dred Scott and every slave master of the fucking Confederacy. So what Trump is really doing here is rewriting Reconstruction. The very laws meant to undo slavery. In the Supreme Court.
This is the scare tactic that they're still pushing that isn't going anywhere. And you can see why it's not going anywhere, because I just read the damn bill to you. And all it's doing is removing the right for an illegal to come here and just drop a baby and that baby be a citizen. That's it. And it tells you, nothing in this order shall be construed to affect the entitlement of other individuals, including children of lawful permanent residents, to obtain documentation of the United States citizenship. Of their United States citizenship, excuse me. Now, I don't rock with Trump. It ain't really my cup of tea, but this is this bill right here. Yeah, I rock with it too. This executive order, I rock with. Straight to the point with it. Let's go here because I'm sick of hearing that dude talk. Let's go over here. The Lucy Loos have shown themselves, ladies and gentlemen. The Lucy Loos. They're now coming out trying to tie slavery to these illegals as well, and people who come to this country to have their babies illegally. Let's go to the Lucy Loos.
Every time that birthright citizenship is mentioned, I have to bring up the 14th Amendment. And the history of the 14th Amendment is that it was established in order to make former slaves humans under the law.
They always start off by establishing what the law was for. And then they want to trickle off into some other nonsense and say, well, this is what it should be for.
all black people, right? Because remember, they were fractions of people, or they were property, right? Some people say that, oh, not like most countries don't have birthright citizenship. We should be so lucky and feel so fortunate that the U.S. actually allows that to happen. Well, most countries were not fucking founded by slavery in their entirety, and this was.
Now it would sound like she's talking on the sides of foundational Black American, right? Using our talking points, right? The way that she's bringing up the country and its history and how it was founded off of slavery, you would think that she was speaking up in our interests, right? You would be wrong.
A recognition of the people who built this country to make them people. If you think about it, the 13th Amendment was created to end slavery. But there was a little clause that was like, oh, actually, everyone's free unless they're a criminal, right? So why do you think we have such a crazy prison industrial complex and mostly black people end up in it? Because now we get free slavery out of it. So that ability to say that some people are human and some people are subhuman, that's essentially what's happening with taking away birthright citizenship right now. So
notice how she just literally tried to talk about our history in this country, the way that the 13th Amendment clause still had a loophole that now targets foundational Black Americans, but yet she says this is all about deciding who's human and who is and who isn't. And this is essentially what's happening when we're talking about taking away birthright citizenship. No, the hell is not. Lucy Lou, lazy eye Jackie Chan, you just disrespected us to the core by mentioning our history, our struggle, and our plight in America. To now say these people who broke the law to get into this country and become Americans, it's the same thing happening to them. They're not being dehumanized. They're being deported. Big difference. They are being deported, not dehumanized. They're getting sent home to where they have citizenship already. This has nothing to do with dehumanizing anybody. And the fact that you tried to use our history and our plight to say that dumb nonsense, I wish I could pay somebody to knock that eye straight. Looking like the last Cheerio in the cereal bowl, just floating around the milk. Every time you're trying to get it with the spoon, it just hit another corner.
if you think that you're safe, if you think that you are fine, because you were born in the States or you're not a criminal, and it just means that you're next. You're not safe, you're next. They are going to keep reducing the label of what it means to be human under the law. You're going to get your rights taken away, your process due rights, your due process rights, your, like they can basically like kidnap you in the middle of the night and disappear you. Like
all the things that she's claiming that they're doing to them folks. None of that is true. We're not next. We were the original foundation of the plot. They started with us. They perfected it with us. What the hell you think you... Thank you, lazy-eyed witch. But who is she looking at? That is the inquiring question. Inquiring minds would like to know.
Like that was happening with slaves, right? Because they weren't considered people. So if you think this is cool, humane, to let more humans be demonized, sorry to break it to you, but like they're coming for you next.
I hope they come for you next. I swear I hope they come for you next. And I just gotta ask, can you see out of both eyes differently? Like at one point it was the right eye looking at me, and another point it's the left eye looking at me. Which is your focus eye? I just want to know, which eye do you use to focus? You know damn well she ain't passing no type of alcohol test at all. No road test, nothing. She can't even go to the bars at night because, damn it, she knows she get pulled over and they say, I'm going to need you to follow our pen, ma'am. That eye is going to tell on her. God, lead these people. Let's go here, family. I want to show you. This is what Sotomayor said in her dissent. In her dissent statement. Now, notice what she's doing is the same thing Jasmine Crackpot did. Even if your parents secured citizenship illegally, you're still a citizen. So as far as I could see it, this order violates 4 Supreme Court precedents. That's a lie. There is no Supreme Court precedents that gives birthright citizenship to an illegal invader. Notice she didn't name the presidents, because then you'll be able to go and look them up. All the court cases, you can throw in a chat GPT and ask chat, hey, chat, bring up every court case that has to do with birthright citizenship. It'll bring up all the cases in the court that have to do with birthright citizenship. And then you got to make sure that chat GPT don't just take birthright citizenship because it's under the 14th Amendment like due process. Make sure chat GPT understands I am not speaking about due process. I'm speaking about specific times that the Supreme Courts ruled that birthright citizenship can be given to people who entered the country illegally and their children. And ChatGPT will tell you there has never been an instance where that specifically happened. Every case that they have about the 14th Amendment in the goddamn Supreme Court has all been about due process. Every single one of them is about due process. And as I already explained earlier today, family, a lot of these folks don't have no due process because they forfeited their due process. Let's go here, family. Got another tether.
As a culture, we got to stop being so easily impressed by things. One positive headline does not undo 10,000 red flags.
Notice how he's trying to pretend to be one of us. One positive headline does not undo 50 red flags or whatever the hell the red flag count was he said. But watch where he goes with this.
Does not undo 10,000 red flags. Y'all are celebrating birthright citizenship like it's a win for the culture, while they are fast-tracking South Africans over here and they're sending Haitians back to their country after it's just been deemed unsafe to live.
Fast-tracking Africans over here? How? Where? You talking about that deal that Trump just did with Uganda or Rwanda and the Congo? That ain't got nothing to do with fast-tracking them over here. Got nothing to do with fast-tracking anybody over here. It's about them signing a peace agreement and America getting their resources, because that's what Congo offered. Oh, he's talking about the white South Africans. Okay. Salute Azaria Ben Yuda. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Well, it's only 50. I give no, I tell you, man, I tell you, if you were quiet when millions of people was being let in here, don't say nothing to me about 50. We'll take care of that. The same way that Farrakhan told that one reporter when he was trying to talk about Nigeria, and he said Nigeria is the most corrupt regime, and he said, you keep your mouth closed about our brothers and sisters. I don't have the blood on my hands. I don't have any of the issues that you guys caused over there, so I shall speak up on these brothers. My brother, you can't speak about the 50 when you didn't speak about the millions. I'll speak about the 50. The new black media will speak about the 50. But you keep your mouth closed, just like you had your mouth closed when the millions was coming in.
Like, do you actually think the peace deal they're trying to create over in Rwanda is about actual peace, or are they just...
No, it's about resources. And America was offered resources to settle the war. And that's what America did. Settled the war, and we're taking the resources. It's not our fault. Congo offered them up. I did a broadcast on this a while ago, where Congo said, please, Trump, please come settle this war we have with Rwanda. We will give you our natural resources if you can settle this. So don't be surprised when you see this deal come along, and yeah, everybody gets something. Y'all get long-lasting, standing peace, all this, whatever. And we get minerals. That's what it is. And I bet you the Congolese and the Rwandians will come back 10, 20 years down the line saying America's exploiting their resources as if they didn't beg us to settle a damn dispute. Let's continue, family. We ain't got too much more here. Y'all know this classless chick, this weird looking chick. This chick reminds me of somebody. And I couldn't put my finger on who she reminded me of. And then it hit me. Bam. Bam. Hans Doofin Schirmitz. I don't know. That's a crazy ass name. Doofin Schimmertz. Either way, that cartoon character right there. That's who she looks like. That's who she reminds me of. Hey, tell me if I'm wrong, family. Yeah. Tell me if I'm wrong, family. Does she not look like the daughter of this man? Yes, she absolutely does. But let's see what old Long Chin got to say. Let's see what she got to say.
Wait, why did nobody tell me that birthright citizenship was meant for the babies of slaves? On the basis of that logic, we got to follow what Trump says, y'all. A lot of things have changed. If you don't have a musket, I can't tell me about the Second Amendment. Baby, if you're not pouring in, and I mean pouring it in, shoving that stick down and ready to shoot, so no more blickies, The Glocks, you're going to have to put them down. Yeah, sorry about that, folks, but Trump daddy said it's no more. Birthright was meant for slaves, for babies of slaves. So I'm sorry. We really gotta start taking this stuff to heart now, because he knows so much about how this country was founded and everything. And
this is another reason why I don't like this Democratic shill, because that's what she is. She is a true and through Democratic shill. The fact that you're trying to equate birthright citizenship to the Second Amendment as if it changes anything. Let me explain something to you, you long face, long nose, flat head person. You. The Second Amendment gives right to of the citizens to protect themselves against a tyrannical government, the right to bear arms. Arms, which are weapons, guns, pew-pews. It does not say you have the right to bear muskets, which is a specific gun. It says you have the right to bear arms, which means artillery, weaponry. That's what the Constitution states. The same way the Constitution states in the 14th Amendment, all those who are born in America and subject to its laws are American citizens. These people are so desperate that they're making these false equivalent questions, these false equivalent type comments. And they're looking foolish while doing so. Let's go here, family. Let's go over to the Nabisco. We ain't had a Nabisco in a while. Let's hear what the Nabisco had to say about this on the Democratic side. And y'all might recognize this Nabisco. This Nabisco has been getting a lot of fame and notoriety as of lately because he's been going on different podcasts talking about the oppression of Black Americans. Now let's see what he has to say about birthright citizenship.
Okay, so we have some pretty serious breaking news. The Supreme Court has greenlit Donald Trump's ban on birthright citizenship in some parts of the country. So if you're unaware, in January, the Trump administration passed an executive order stating that the children of undocumented immigrants born in America are not citizens. Now, this is very obviously unconstitutional, as the 14th Amendment literally says all people born in this country are U.S. citizens. So after the Trump administration passed this executive order, federal courts around the country ruled it as unconstitutional, and we had a nationwide ban for that reason. But today, the Supreme Court was able to greenlight that EO in some parts of the country by ruling that those federal courts that instituted the nationwide ban by saying it was unconstitutional do not have the jurisdiction or authority to institute nationwide bans and can only institute regional bans. So let me be clear. They didn't rule that Donald Trump's executive order banning birthright citizenship was constitutional. It's obviously not constitutional. It's in clear violation of the plain text of the 14th Amendment.
The plain text of the 14th Amendment said it best. It said, and those subject to the jurisdiction. So in the words of my sister Aquarius, wiggle please. You look like you smell like wet dog. He looked like he just rolled out of bed and played in his hair for 3 seconds and then said, all right, I'm good to go. He looks like he chews rocks for a living. Y'all know that dang, what's that movie, Cars? He looked like he should be the rock crusher in Cars. Look at me. I'm a Nabisco man, and I'm going to sit here and tell people how this is a grave character of justice. Everybody, we're supposed to be protecting the Constitution, and this is against the plain text of the Constitution. Oh. This 8-year-old looking boy looks like he needs to be at the skate park minding his damn business. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, my sister. His dog lick him in the mouth. I guarantee it. What commercial said that? I think it's the Brooks Brothers. You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it. He's gonna let his dog lick him in the mouth. I guarantee it. Oh, good point, family. These are the people that think they can come out speaking for us. He gets elevated as a Nabisco man because they say, oh, he's talking about black problems. And then when it's time to actually speak about black problems, you try to change that up as if that wasn't for specifically foundational black Americans. Oh, yeah. Salute the reparations nation. Side note, back to the arms. Does she not know they had whole ass cannons? That's the equivalent of us having a tank. They so stupid. Shining comes through. I'm telling you. It's so stupid when it comes to the Second Amendment. I guarantee it too. I understand you, and I understand your frustration, my brother. The ARG got me at the end. The ARG got me. It just made me think of Charlie Brown when he's getting frustrated. He put his head, ARG! But no, you're absolutely right. Those tanks, those cannons, those still count as weaponry. It counts as arms. Family. Well, while they're out there doing all this extra stuff, talking about how it's going to affect people, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're out here telling them what foundational black Americans tell folks like this. We don't care, and we don't give a damn. You're not going to scare us into supporting you. You're not going to put us on your train. We're on our own. And we know it. It pisses me off. I feel it, brother. As an avid gun owner myself, I feel you. You ain't about to sit here and compare the 14th Amendment to the Second Amendment and still be wrong in both. Still be lying in both. Yeah, exactly. And that was a local militia, not even an army. There was a cause. Here comes the effect. Let's get to the effect, shall we?
Birthright citizenship is going away, and people want black Americans to put the capes on and care about them, and we don't give a shit. Because every time we need another group, including people from the African diaspora, what do? You find ways to shit on our freaking legends like the Buffalo Soldiers, Harriet Tubman, so many others. You find a way to come over and undermine us. You find a way to go in and get under white supremacists, and find a way to just constantly find a way to shit on us. To show us there is no unity. We've tried the whole black and brown unity. We tried to save the freaking African diaspora. At this point, we are fucking resting. We don't give a shit. Now, if I don't speak for you, that's fine. But I can guarantee you a good chunk of black America is sick of everybody's shit. So it don't matter if you come from the freaking diaspora or any other group. We don't care.
That's it. That's all, family. And a salute to that brother. He mentioned the Buffalo Soldiers. I'm going to speak on that later in this week, family. I'm actually waiting on the curator from the Buffalo Soldier Museum out here in Houston to contact me back. And I'm going to get an interview with him, and we're going to do a nice little broadcast about that. We're going to get in deep with the Buffalo Soldier situation, family. Let's go here.
Conversation around birthright citizenship is so intriguing to me because I've studied this historically. I've taught this in government classes, and its intended purpose was to protect African Americans and the children, the babies of African Americans from the status of slavery. And now we're talking about it because of non-citizens, because of illegal immigrants, because of undocumented immigrants. Since the court case that happened yesterday with Trump v. Casa, I feel like this conversation is really heating up. It is needed. This conversation is so needed. We truly need the Supreme Court to decide who this was truly intended for. The 14th Amendment's original intent was to protect formerly enslaved African Americans, to protect their children, granting them citizenship. And today we see the context of the 14th Amendment being stretched way beyond its initial context. We've seen under the Biden administration, they failed miserably at protecting our borders, allowing illegal immigration to persist, crossing ports of entry, overstaying their visas. And we see that some of these illegal immigrants are having children. And in a lot of cases, these illegal immigrants who are having children in the United States are able to benefit off of government assistance. Obviously, we see that the 14th Amendment is being exploited because there's this collision of illegal activity reaping the benefits from our Constitution that was meant to protect us. And this is what we're going to see the Supreme Court decide in months to come. Does the 14th Amendment guarantee legal citizenship to children of parents with illegal status? And let's not pretend that this conversation is foreign, because globally, most of the world either, one, does not grant citizenship automatically to children born of undocumented parents, or two, they may grant citizenship depending on the legality of the parent within the country. There is a precedent court case that the United States Supreme Court usually goes by, but we are long overdue. This court case happened in 1898. Basically, this court case said all children born on U.S. soil, regardless of parental status, has U.S. citizenship. But here's the catch. Won Kim Art's parents were legal residents of the United States. They were not undocumented. So obviously in 2025, we are dealing with a completely different reality, and it's time for us to put America first and change the incentive.
Ruled that the nationwide injunctions on birthright citizenship is illegal, just like I said it was. And I already basically explained to y'all that what they've been doing with birthright citizenship is having people from different nations, countries, whatever you want to call it, coming here to America, right? Then they have a kid here, then all of a sudden that kid is considered American, and they get all the benefits over the real American people who are the quote-unquote black Americans. Not only that, they're taking positions of power, such as politicians, the senators and the mayors, the judges, so on and so forth. They're not even supposed to have that because they're technically not from this land. So when you have people from other lands ruling another land, what do you think they're really doing? They're destroying the land that they own and taking all the resources and taking it back to their homelands. That's exactly why the GOV is like it is now, before Trump got back in office, draining the swamp. That's how our enemies are literally running the country. We have people that don't like us running the country that we own. And they're doing all this by fraud and all these psyops that I keep telling everybody about the truth. So check it. Trump just made this post not too long ago. Giant win in the United States Supreme Court. Even the birthright citizenship hoax has been indirectly and hit hard. Think about why he said hoax. That's why I keep saying it's a psyop to make it seem like one thing when really it's another. And also he adds it had to do with the babies of slaves the same year, not the scamming of our immigration process. Like I said, they've been skipping this whole process by using quote-unquote birthright citizenship. But the thing is, a lot of people that got the birthright citizenship for being born here, if this is reversed, this means the ones that was born here that didn't have citizen parents isn't even a citizen anymore. And as I mentioned, a lot of people in a position of power, which is who we call the quote-unquote elites, they are literally not even citizens. Their parents was never a citizen. They skipped the immigration process and just had a baby here. Then trained the baby up how to use universal laws against the people of the land. That's how they defrauded and stole everything that we already had. But everything is still connected to our executed trust, and they can't hide that, and everything has to return to the owner of that trust. As in, the original Americans who are not citizens because we've left out this whole process, but most don't even know that. And like I always say, I got proof that I'm not even a citizen, but I get violated every time I show proof or any kind of paperwork to prove what I'm saying. So all our birthrights and inheritance should be returned. And also, I'm not sure y'all heard about a new inheritance law that's coming into play. And they're doing that because how would it be fair if there's people that have been inheriting things that have been stolen the whole time? Not only that they've been inheriting stolen property and land, they haven't been paying the taxes that they should have been paying because they're not even from this land. And when you come over to this land from another country, you're automatically a quote-unquote immigrant trying to be a citizen. And y'all are the ones that's supposed to pay the taxes, not the people of the land. But the twist of that is that a lot of people are getting them high-paying jobs through all that DEI money, which is for...
Salute my sister Mia Kim. She said, wait, so would this include politicians who are tethers? If they are not descendants of slaves, could they technically be deported too? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if that's going to happen because of the fact that the wording in the executive order said that it would take place 30 days out. So it didn't say that they were going back 5 years, 10 years, or anything like that in order to denationalize anybody. They're saying moving forward, this is how this will work. I just hope that something comes out that they can be denationalized, that they can, if they were not born here as or born to descendants of slaves, and they're clearly showing that they have a clear allegiance to a different country or whatnot, they get denationalized. Like Alien Omar, she needs to be denationalized 100%.
For everyone from every country besides the original American. And all that extra funding they've been getting through all these other programs, through the DEI, that help support businesses that we all see don't make any kind of profit at all, but yet it's still running. Because a lot of this stuff was just a front, just to make people that look like me work nonstop our whole lives while everyone sits back and relax. Because they're literally not from this land. We are, and we're basically being slaves while they just sit there and be the slave owner, chilling at the crib, making 5, 10, 20 times more than the people that's working for them when they're not lifting a finger. And I don't want to hear none of that stuff. Oh, we gotta do this paperwork, all this and this and that. Nigga, AI could have been doing that before we were born. Just like when the pandemic started, we seen everybody get sent home. Every job that got sent home and can work at home is completely fake. It's a front, and they've been using the government money to fund everybody else while it's getting off the top. Once y'all get to see what the system really is like, it's gonna make you angry. It's gonna make everything else make sense. But of course, a lot of people know they're on the bad side of it, so they're gonna try to gaslight you. And these are the ones that's over here saying Trump is doing this for white supremacy. It's literally freeing the quote-unquote black people. Shit crazy. But anyways, quick rant. Hope I picked up what I put down. John and I keep it.
If you don't want children to be separated from their parents, if you are crying about family separation, how do you not understand the importance of repealing birthright citizenship? We have people entering the country and having children over here after illegally entering the country because there are rules and regulations. The United States of America was not the first piece of land to be conquered and incorporated, okay? It happens all the time. It is what it is. There are rules and there are laws. You have to follow the rules and the laws. You don't get to do what you want to do just because you feel like America was stolen from the native people, okay? That's just not how that works. We all have to follow rules around here. So people are illegally entering the country and then having children in the country, anchor babies, and then these babies are growing up into children and into adults, and they are citizens here, but their parents are not citizens here. That is an issue. That is the root cause of the family separation. So if we stop immediately making the children of illegal immigrants legal citizens of the United States, then there will not be an issue of family separation because they'll all just be sent back to the country to which they are legal citizens, the country where they actually belong. That makes sense to me. I don't understand how it's not making sense to you all.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Family, family. Let me know you can hear me, family. I've been sitting here talking this whole time. I thought I fixed the problem. The mute-ish button was on. Not only did the mute button flop on, but god dang it, it changed the whole setting for my microphone. Thanks a lot, StreamYard. Good, good, good. I was going into this next segment because the sister said what she had to say. I'm not even going to repeat everything I said because there was a lot. But to sum it all up, if you don't want to be separated, get your kids, go across the border. And then when your kids are old enough, maybe they'll sponsor you. At least you'll be able to come back into the country. Oh, yeah, you thought they got me? Yeah, you know what? I could see that. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, I'm sitting here talking about getting these folks out of here. All of a sudden, you got a private hand come out of nowhere and whisk me away. They said people getting kidnapped. I don't know. They could have did it to me. They said we're next, and that would have been the next part, I guess. That would have been the next part. Family, I want to go here. This segment, we're rounding off. We're ending pretty soon. I got just a couple more things to show you, family. When they do all this stuff and they try to make it seem like these things are just innocent crimes, they're not really crimes. They're jaywalking. They said they were going to arrest the unalivers and the essayers, the criminals and all this other stuff. They arrested my ice cream man. People are saying that they're the wrong kind of criminals that should be getting arrested. And my question that I must pose to you, family, not Bushmeat Barrister, not Bush. I thought Bushmeat Barrister ran into the room and you had to beat him with the root work. And you got to take it out the plastic too. You got to crack open the whole thing of the root work deodorant and put the whole stick of the root work into a sock and beat them with that. Homie, don't play that. I don't think so. Salute to my sister. So I got to ask this question, family. Is there such a thing as the wrong crime? I thought crime was crime. Now, all of a sudden, when they're speaking about people who shouldn't even be here, there's the right type of criminals and the wrong type of criminals. I thought that you shouldn't be a criminal in general. I'm just saying. But now you got these folks running around here talking about, oh, well, they're arresting the wrong kind of criminals. I thought crime was crime. I thought y'all wanted to get rid of the crime. You telling me because that man committed a crime and then he went and purchased a damn ice cream truck or a cart, whatever, that now that this man has been here illegally selling ice cream for over 20, 30 years, that I should say that, oh, well, he's just an ice cream man, we shouldn't arrest him. No, crime is crime, ain't it? If somebody's stealing a slice of pizza to feed himself, that may be admirable, but guess what? It's still crime. Let's go here, family.
Normal cars, bro.
Get the license plates. Worried about the wrong crimes and shit. Worried about the wrong crimes and shit. No. When it comes exactly. When it comes to us, crime is crime. You don't change the rules. Now it's your turn. You're absolutely right, my sister. I remember that brother got his third strike for that. Yeah, you talk about the brother who stole that slice of pizza to feed himself because he was hungry. Crime is crime, right? No, if my brother had to go to jail because he was hungry and he stole a slice of pizza, then guess what? Those same people who crossed the border illegally, which is a federal crime, they need to get up out of here. And we ain't gonna let nobody convince us that they shouldn't.
They're normal cars, bro.
Get the license plates.
No?
Now, family, if that was one of us who was resisting arrest, because that's what that man just did. He literally just resisted.
Normal cars, bro.
Get the license plates. Let us did any of that, and he would have been slammed to the ground. Stomped the mud hole in his ass. They'd have been punching him with the damn handcuffs on. But y'all want to talk about dehumanizing? No. Exactly. Unalived or tased. Guarantee. This don't look dehumanizing to me.
No? But they're taking people who are working. That's crazy.
Family, if I robbed a bank tomorrow and they pulled up at me, they pulled up on me at my job. Let's say I worked at Home Depot. Nobody would say it's crazy they're pulling up on him while he's at work. They would only say he robbed a bank. Oh, that's crazy. And he works here? That's how people would respond.
Crazy.
Worried about the wrong crimes and shit.
They're normal cars, bro.
Get the license plates. Worried about the wrong crimes and shit. It's only the wrong crimes if it's people who are not foundational Black Americans committing them. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, Hula Gang. Salute to you. He says he's not going to act like that in Venezuela. Not in that prison. You're absolutely correct. They going to dog walk his ass. Absolutely. He was a thug with a single mother. Dad's in prison. Huh. But I noticed that they talk like that when it has nothing to do with us. The wrong and the right crimes.
This year, the United States may lose more immigrants than it gains for the first time in half a century. Experts are saying it's President Trump's immigration policies that are fueling this reversal.
Net migration may turn negative.
That's good. Net migration, ladies and gentlemen. We got less people coming in than we have leaving. That's good. I want to see them all march to that beautiful gate, walk to the other side, and then have the gate shut behind them. That's all gravy. Why do we care about how many of these people are forcing their way into the country illegally? Unless it's to remove those people, to get a count of how many people we need to remove.
This year, meaning that more people are now leaving the United States than entering the United States for the first time in over 50 years, something that this country just hasn't seen in decades. And according to the Washington Post, this has been driven by Trump-era policies, including tighter border restrictions, visa cancellations, and the strippings of protections for illegal migrants, all contributing to a steep decline in new arrivals. Now, this could hit the economy hard. The foreign-born workforce has already shrunk by over 1 million people since March. That's a sharp reversal from 2024 when record high immigration helped fuel the post-pandemic recovery here in the U.S. Now, industries like agriculture, construction, and hospitality are already feeling that impact, and experts also warn.
You see what they tried to do? They said these illegals help pandemic recovery. Where? If anything, they hindered it. Oh, family. Let me get through this so I don't have to cuss these people out.
That labor gap could continue to grow in these next few years. Now, earlier today, Nicole, we were also embedded with Texas state troopers right here on the border, patrolling the border, looking for migrants trying to enter the country illegally. And we couldn't find not a single migrant attempting to enter. I mean, just a couple of years ago, you would see up to 2,000 people try to enter here in the Rio Grande Valley. So that tighter border security also playing a role in that negative net migration that we're seeing here now on the front lines of the border, and something that could play out and impact the American workforce.
Now, notice that he tried to say, oh, the gap between the workforce can widen within the next few years. No, it can't. It can't. You know why? Because they'll go out of business if they did. No company can last 2-3 years without actually hiring employees and paying them. But I want to get back to this subject of the right crime, wrong crime situation, because there was another clip I wanted to show you about this situation. When I said, if we're at work, they don't treat us the same way. Nobody's screaming, he's at work. None of that. Except us. And guess what? It be those folks doing it. Let's go here.
He's working. He's working. Leave him alone. Stop being racist. Stop being racist. Stop being racist. Hey! Hey! Leave him alone. 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 Stop harassing us. Stop harassing us in our community. Stop harassing us. These are my nephews. Stop harassing us. These are my nephews, okay? They work for the company, okay?
Work for this parking lot and for Metro. What y'all doing?
Officer Garza, Officer Mata, Officer Garza. They come in our community and they harass us. They harass us in our community. This is what they do. Harass the Hispanics. Why you hop out the car and harass him? Why you go out? Why did you get out the car and harass him? Stop harass the Hispanics. Stop harassing us. Harass the Hispanics. Harass the Hispanics.
Salute to our brothers and sisters that was standing on business. Salute to that sister that kept yelling out, go harass the Hispanics. Why are you in our neighborhood? Why are you over here harassing us? And I'm trying to go to work. This man don't have an order of removal, do he? No, he does not, clearly. But y'all have no problem. This is Los Angeles too. This is Los Angeles. Y'all not over there harassing the Hispanic community looking for the illegals, people who actually committed a crime. You want to walk up to a brother who's on the job, who's trying to go to work, and he committed no crime, and you don't have suspicion of a crime. So shout out to the family that was out there standing on business, not just him, but the brothers that came up to have his back, to the sisters that was there recording and yelling to them cops to leave him alone. He's at work. Go harass your community. So no, damn the wrong crime, damn all that nonsense. They get into this country, get into positions of power like this, and then they target us. They harass us. They come after us. They disrespect us. So damn that wrong crime, right crime nonsense. That stuff right there is the reason why we got people like Torta OT running around talking greasy about us. Oh yeah, we're going to go there right now, and we're going to end with this too. Because he got his ABK too. He got his ABK too. Torta OT. And you're probably like, who's that? Torta OT? You know, Torta OT. Let's play this.
You feel like you could say the N-word?
I feel like I can say it, but not because of that. And I'm gonna tell you why. I wish there were some black dudes in here. Okay, well, we're gonna use him. What the fuck are you gonna do about it, you know? And then second of all, I grew up loving these motherfuckers. I grew up fighting with them. I grew up eating with them. I grew up fucking doing bad shit with them. I grew up loving with them. You know, I got family. And it's not even about family. Even if I wasn't related to nobody else black, I mean, well, shit, it's what the fuck I was surrounded by, you know? Like, I respect people that they feel that way. And that's why I try to shut the fuck up about it.
Right.
But if you're from where I'm from, or anywhere, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? You know? It's like I don't went to the jungle and earned the lion's head. You know?
You feel like...
So this Torta OT sat in front of this Nigerian tether and what is her name? Angela Yeehaw, because she's always riding on somebody's ding dong. He goes in front of these two tethers in a room full of tethers. So we know that the dude who was there in the background was a tether too, because she's going to hire her fellow tether. You go and you go say, I wish there were some black guys in here, because, you know, but we'll use him. No, you knew there was no black guys there because you knew this was a controlled space. And like a coward, you sat here and tried to make it seem like there was nobody around to check you. And like a coward, you act like you can't be checked. As if you didn't walk into their podcast studio with security. As if you didn't walk into a controlled space. I don't see you walking down the streets of any neighborhood that foundational black Americans are populating. I don't see you walking down none of our populated areas saying the N-word, because you get the brakes beat off of you and you know it. One tether asking another tether a tether-ass question because we didn't have this conversation about the N-word going for a while now. And this is the same tether, the same Nigerian tether who was up in New York talking about how bitches in the South don't know how to dress. Oh yeah, this is the same damn tether. So she's just getting strikeout after strikeout. Let's go here, family. Because the family ain't having it.
You feel like you could say the N-word?
I wish there were some black dudes in here. Use him. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? But if you're from where I'm from, or anywhere, what the fuck are you gonna do about it?
I feel like a lot of people that are from Latino descent here in Europe feel that same way.
I mean, shit, y'all just, and not even trying to justify, but shit, y'all just got dropped off before us.
Y'all just got dropped off before us. And that's a joke. We all kikiing it up. You have this Nigerian lady cosplaying as a black American, and her ancestors, the cold part about this, her ancestors could have been slave brokers. The people who orchestrated the sales of slaves were Nigerians. She has no cultural connection to that word. Art is history in this country. And that's why she's just so lax about everything, so chill. Everything is a joke. This guy from the Latino and Hispanic community, we all know how internalized racism is in that community. Like testing people physically. Like if I say it, what you gonna do? If I say that word, what you gonna do about it? Mexicans like him, mestizo, just to clear up the record, did not get dropped off in boats. Y'all are a product of generational trauma. If the Spaniards never arrived in the Americas, you would not exist. You're a product of generational trauma. And I'm done.
That's it. That's all. You're a product of generational trauma. You would not have existed. You don't have the right. Neither does that tether. You two tethers can leave together. Real stuff. Exactly. Products of grape and colonialism. The Mexicans aren't really agreeing with this dude either. They said, torta, torta. How dare you, Holmes? How dare you go around and say that and act as if that's okay, Holmes? What about culture, eh? You're acting like it's okay. We be telling them that, hey, we don't want you a part of our culture. You can't do these things. And then you want to sit there and say that you can do it? What are people going to do about it? Even they see the disrespect in the situation. Babies of a tether flock together. Exactly. Let's go here.
With Tiger?
Yeah, I seen that.
Everybody was real mad about that, right? Why? Because he's taking our culture and he's acting like us. I mean, that's what everybody was saying on the internet.
Should they take that as a compliment instead?
What I'm trying to tell you, bro, is why you gonna be upset at somebody trying to take from us
When
if
they
our
doing the
people...
same thing. They doing the same thing.
Period, point in black. Period, point in black. So with all the outcry and all the people going off on Torta OT, his little homeboy that gave him some sort of credibility, Saucy, whatever the hell his name is, I'm spacing on his name. Saucy Buffoon is what we're going to call him. Had to come out and say something about it because people ain't really rocking with him for co-signing the nonsense. Let's go here, family.
You could say the N-word.
What the fuck are you gonna do about it? You know, everybody want to be until it's time to be a. Yeah. They asked him about, the use of the N-word. He said, damn, it's hard to explain because there's no men in the room. And he goes, oh, there goes one. What are you going to do about it?
See, that's the thing about it. See, that's when the levels change it. See, if somebody confronts me and be like saying it like, y'all saying this, so what you going to do about it? Now you trying to use it in an aggressive form like you're punking me or like you have the power of determination over this word to where you can freely use it up under your scale without us being accepting of that. Right. That's where the narrative changed. And a real is going to put you in your place like that. But at the end of the day, I wasn't there. I wasn't in the room for that, and there probably wasn't no other real in the room.
Saucy Walker, thank you very much, my brother Wild Williams. Saucy Walker is Honduran, by the way.
I want to be like, hold on, nah, you can't do that like that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You use it in the way that you because we are my because guess what? Just because you might, I'll fight you because you might, and then you'll be we good after. We'll look at that. That's the point of squabbling. That's the point of masculinity. That's the point of being a man. That's cool. How you say? Because guess what? The same way how OT's saying that. That's my little brother. That's my name. But guess what? I say Vato, SA, Wade, and whatever else under the sun. I feel the same way how you feel as well. But I'm gonna use it always in a form of love. But at the same time, if a call me out or somebody call me out about that, hold on, you can't say Vato with the and then want to look at me behind it, I'm gonna squabble you. We're gonna live and fight and die, whatever, live, fight, die, whatever it is, that's what we're gonna do, because that's what it is to be a warrior, that's what it is to be a man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But like that's why I said when I was previously speaking, for a white boy or somebody that's not black to be able to use the word, you have had to go through pain with me.
And none of them went through our pain with us. Lulac said, we do not want to ally with the Negro. Let the Negro fight his own battles. His issues are not ours. So why are you sitting here trying to cape so hard Because children of tethers flock together. There we go. All right, I get it.
If you have not went through pain and suffering with and went through the profile, because that's what you got to understand. Whenever you choose, whether it's like I said, it's different for a woman, but a woman experience when you have a child, like when a white woman has a child with a black person, that child is not white no more to the society. That child is black. So yeah, the things that you used to.
Family, I'm not even gonna let him finish. I'm not even gonna let him finish trying to equate a bunch of nonsense. We're gonna end off here, family. And for everybody who's been rocking with me for damn near 5 hours, shout out to each and every one of you. Shout out to each and every one of you, family. This is Torta OT. Torta OT. And apparently, he done got some deep feedback here. He's been effing with me for some years. SHIT messed me up. I did a lot of cussing in this. I'm going to try to back down. Well, we're at the end here. Shit fucked me up. I lost one of them. I'm sorry to anyone I've offended of any race or belief. Thank you to everyone who's still here. Oh, you've been losing people back to back, huh? You've been losing people back to back, huh? Okay, let's see what they said to you. Lost a lot of respect for that Mexican OT. Sorry, cousin. I felt like I was. It didn't even say ask. Okay. I felt like it was a stupid question, so I gave a stupid answer. I meant it deeper than the word, cousin. I could have said anything and I would stand on it for my beliefs. Being strong. Strictly no hate or ill in my heart. I got a lot of love for my brother and sister, Hood Man. Is that his brother and sister's name, Hood Man? Oh, well. I got a lot of love for my brothers and sisters, Hood Man. Blessings. And I'm sorry to hurt my people. I hope y'all can forgive me. Well, family, your request is denied. Now, maybe you can run back to those coons and maybe they'll accept your apology, but that's not what everything is about here. And that's why it wouldn't matter if you did. Your apology, can't even call it humble, your apology is declined. Now, goodbye. Family, we're seeing people getting their walking papers left and right. We're seeing people getting their ABK left and right. And family, we got Ash out here tossing those Pokeballs left and right. Pause. It's time for you to go. With that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click that link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, if I was you, family, I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. I'm going to make me another glass of lemonade. I got a piece in the oven. I'm gonna go ahead and get some popcorn. I like sandwich cookies. I might grab a couple sandwich cookies. And I'm gonna sit back and continue to watch the greatness of the ancestors. And that's what it is, and that's what it's gonna be. I don't really care about too much of the nonsense that these people are saying. I brought it to your attention because it needed to be brought, it needs to be addressed. But it really doesn't matter. What all that really matters is Ash is out here catching them all. Whether you're brown, whether you're Africano, whether you are West Brown or East Brown, East Brown and down, whether you're Nabisco, Ash is catching them in those Pokeballs and releasing them at the front door. And I'm here for all of it. Singing the theme song, I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Bum, 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 bum. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. Boom, 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 boom. Gotta catch them all. I know it's my destiny. I need all of that. I need all of it. And maybe people will learn to put some respect on our names. With that being said, to everybody who's donated today, thank you very much. I appreciate all your contributions, and I appreciate each and every one of you for being here, family, everybody in the chat, and those who are not. All the members, I appreciate you 100-fold. Thank you for your contributions, because without y'all, I don't exist. Family, well, I exist. I just won't be elevated. I won't be heard. The message won't get out to the ears that need to hear the truth. So to you, I say thank you, family. And with that being said, family, grab your libations, grab your food and your snacks, and watch these suckers get taken back. I'm going to do it while waving an American flag. I might just say, forget it, and just put a new flagpole in the front yard, toss the American flag up there, toss the foundational Black American flag up there, toss the Juneteenth flag up there just to keep it up over the seasons throughout the year. To let people know where we stand on this side. Get them all. Catch them all. Invaders. That being said, family, thank you all for being here. The doors of the church are now closed.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us black people, he doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm off.